evening. I hereby call to order the March 28, 2022 meeting of the Westchester Area School Board meeting. Let's start with a salute to our flag, led by Zaria Reyes and Lucy Anderson at Bucott Middle School. Women, come forward. Lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Stay there, ladies. Zaria and Lucy, and welcome to the school board meeting. Welcome also to your parents and to your principal, Ms. Fears, right there. We thank you for your report tonight on what is happening at Bucott Middle School with those Cougars. And I will say that I know that Ms. Herman and I were in, Dr. Herman and I were in the audience on Saturday afternoon watching the singing and dancing in Aladdin on his magic carpet. Thank you.
Just this past weekend, Bucott had 3 of our 4 performances for our musical this year, which was Aladdin Jr., and finished out strong. Everyone in the cast and crew had been working hard for nearly 3 months. I was in the cast, and Zaria was in the makeup crew. We had a great time practicing and performing, and all 3 of our shows were sold out.
Our Science Olympiad team had just recently won a competition at Ruston High School for regionals and are qualified for states in Pennsylvania, which will take place at Penn State Altoona.
Our GSA is also currently holding a fundraiser to raise money for the nonprofit organization, the Trevor Project, which is an operation that supports LGBTQ+ youth and helps to flatten the curve in youth suicide. We're selling crafts during homeroom and care periods to raise money, and we are currently at $941, which is only $59 away from our goal of $1,000. It ends next week on Friday, April 8th.
Our Equity Society has also been very active. Just last month, they sponsored a worldwide event to educate students about rare diseases. There are many fun activities and special guest visitors and a scooter basketball tournament. The Equity Society has also attended an extremely interesting educational Zoom seminar with Dr. Venice King, who is Martin Luther King's daughter. She had told us a lot about her life and her father, and was a very eye-opening experience.
The 8th graders are looking forward to our final eye history trip to Washington, D.C. We're going to tour Capitol Hill and the American History Smithsonian, as well as some walking tours around Forest Theater to the White House and the memorials and monuments on the Wall and Arlington National Cemetery.
Bucott Lowdown Club started in early November. At the Lowdown, students are able to write articles, newspapers, and comics. People are also able to post pictures in the photo gallery on the Lowdown site. Students are able to join this group at any time of the year.
Earlier this year, J.R. Bucott's great-grandson, Russell Bucott, came to visit our school and was toured and given a small update on current events by 3 8th grade students. He talked to all the grades about the history of his family, which was an amazing and interesting learning experience for all the students. He also talked a lot about his great-grandfather, who's the namesake of our school.
Since it's almost April, a lot of spring sports have already started in the past few weeks. A few of the sports that have already started include softball, lacrosse, baseball, and track.
Our Film Society is going to be screening The Crucible next Friday. They have had a lot of new members join to share their love of film. This school year, they have previously screened the Halloween special, the TV show Monk, the romantic comedy movie While You Were Sleeping, Pocahontas, To Kill a Mockingbird, and Casablanca. They meet almost every Friday after school so the kids can enjoy movies and shows together.
We are all looking forward to the remainder of the school year and, of course, summer break. Thank you for the opportunity to share all the amazing happenings at Bucott. Have a great night.
We thank you both for coming. I know they chose you wisely and well. Are you both going into 9th grade?
I'm going into 9th grade. Zara's going into 8th.
Well, I've got to say, quite impressive, eh? I'm not denigrating smaller children, but it was quite a delightful treat to have you, because you both sound as though you're ready for high school right now. And then when we hear our college students over here who are still in 12th grade, but they're ready too, it is a real eye-opener for us to see how well you're doing, how much you're doing, and how well you're speaking. So thank you both for coming. If you'll hold on a minute, Dr. Sokolowski and I are running around. We'll be right there. Okay, now, turn around so your backs are to these little, all right. Give me your right hand, ready? Paper, and hold it like that. Lucy, this one's for you, congratulations. See, we're just practicing for graduation. It'll be coming soon, okay? Oh, there you are. Right there. Okay.
Do you want to move her just a little bit? There we go. Perfect. All right, look at me and smile. And one more. One more.
Thank you. All right, ladies, one more round of applause. Next on the agenda is roll call for the board. Ms. DeLuca.
Vice President Bevilacqua,
Here.
Director Chester,
Here.
Director Dietrich,
Here.
Director Durnell,
Here.
Director Fleming,
Here.
Director Herman,
Here.
Director Shaw,
Here.
President Tiernan,
Here.
Director Walmsley,
Here.
Elena Rutterow,
Here.
William Porter,
Here.
Madison DeAmbro.
All right, thank you. That leads us to public comments on agenda items. If you have filled out a card at the table in the back when you came in, Mr. Jennings will call you to the microphone and you will have, Mr. Jennings, 3 minutes, excellent, to address the board.
President Tiernan, were there any executive sessions since the last meeting that need to be recorded in minutes?
Yes. On 3/21/2022, we met for personnel and legal. And tonight we met for personnel.
Very good. Thank you, President Tiernan. As indicated, this is the time for public comment on agenda items only. Persons wishing to make public comment were required to properly register prior to the designated start time of tonight's meeting. When public commenters' names are called, I ask that they please approach the podium and begin by stating their first name, last name, and municipality. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person per current board policy. The 3-minute time clock will be projected on the screens throughout the room. At the end of the 3 minutes, the next public commenter will be called upon. The board asks that all commentary be directed to the board as a whole. Public comments may be interrupted or terminated if the commentary exceeds 3 minutes or if they are obscene and/or threatening in nature. We will now call the first speaker.
Diane Mazer and Wesley Heister on deck.
Good evening, my name is Diane Massar. I live in the borough, and I was a member of the committee that met in order to review the graphic novel Gender Queer. So among many other tasks, public education creates spaces in which young people can discover and develop their voices. That process requires that they balance the known internal world against an immense, diverse, ever-changing, and increasingly complicated world. And in this way, they develop further their identities. Much of that larger world, young people engage through reading all kinds of texts. And our schools make available many that allow our students to consider themselves and their world through varied lenses. But for those struggling with gender identity, we do not provide the same opportunity. The silencing of these stories in classrooms and libraries, whether through institutional censorship or self-censorship driven by fear of reprisal, deprives these young people of voices necessary to developing their own. The silencing of these stories denies young people the opportunity to develop empathy for those engaged in the struggle. And the silencing of these stories through labeling them as pornographic and obscene when neither term applies denigrates and erases actual lives in our care. So we should do everything we can to right this ongoing wrong, starting with the decision to keep genderqueer on the shelves in our high school libraries, because as a memoir, this graphic novel provides a necessary but too often absent story, an authoritative portrayal of the author's own struggle with gender identity told in their own voice. Because the placement of genderqueer in the library demonstrates that these stories belong in the public spaces and among the multitude of voices of that school. And I would argue, because to decide otherwise is an act of violence. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wesley and I live in West Whiteland Township. I'm a female to male transgender teen. I'm a freshman at East as well as the co-president of East GSA. I'll be speaking about the book Genderqueer. To start off, the Trevor Project estimates that at least one LGBTQ teen attempts suicide every 45 seconds in the US. Every 45 seconds. In less than a minute, a life is gone. While we sit here, multiple lives are taken. Let that sink in. Let the fact that you want to ban a book that could save those lives sink in. Lives of teens that have a whole life ahead of them. Teens that think they should end their life because of who they are. Teens like me. Teens like me that only have a list of reasons to stay. A list. If it wasn't for the tremendous support from my parents, this book, a school name change, and most importantly, the opportunity to play on the boys tennis team, I may not be speaking here today. This book can be a reason why a teen like me stays. The book that so many of you are trying to remove. I am proof that this book already saved one life. If that's not enough, then I don't know what is. Thank you.
Christopher Manos, Ted Howell on deck.
May I hand this to you? This is for Dr. Sokolowski. Should I list Tiernan? Sure. Thank you. Christopher Manos, East Bradford Township. I'm reading aloud a letter, condensed version written by Jennifer McFarland, who attended the book review committee meetings on my behalf on February 22nd and March 3rd. After introductions, the February meeting was set committee norms. The usual norms were transcribed on the whiteboard, but one norm was missing, so I asked for it to be added. Some on the committee objected, but I insisted that data be considered as well. The norms were set and the meeting was ended. I sent a follow-up email to Dr. Reynolds requesting data critical to the discussion. I also advised that I would be happy to provide an overview of brain and human development for the committee to ensure a deeper understanding of the issues at hand. There was no response until February 28th, which was an invitation to discuss the issue in person, but the scheduling did not work. The request for the data was ignored. At the March meeting, a meeting agenda was provided on PowerPoint. We quickly reviewed the norms and went to slide 4, allegedly Webster's definition of the word pornography, which, by the way, is completely different from the one copied here from websterdictionary.net. While the pornography definition slide was shown, it was not discussed. Also not shown nor discussed was the next slide labeled obscenity factors, as we moved directly to a quick write on Padlet, the next slide, on what our initial thoughts and rationale were. After the quick write, Dr. Reynolds began to move on to small groups, but I objected, saying that a full discussion of the issue could not be held until the group had some understanding of child and brain development. After the small group discussion, students presented data, and then I proceeded to share the information I had. When I was done, Dr. Reynolds went directly to voting on the recommendation to the board. There was no large group discussion of anything, as stated in the slides there would be. Why not? How was the group to make an informed, educated decision on something without any discussion of district policy, Webster's definition of pornography, or a discussion of the book itself and how it relates to both? This was a very poorly run meeting with a clear agenda to rush this book through the committee and recommend it to the board for approval. Indeed, the last item on the circulated agenda was confirm recommendation, and this was before the committee met. And that, my friends, was the intention all along, wasn't it? In addition, let me state for the public record that at no time have I asked for the names of any students, LGBTQ or otherwise. Any statements by all others is a complete falsehood, and one need only to view the video of last month's board meeting to verify that fact. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ted Howe. My pronouns are he and him, and I'm a resident of West Goshen Township. I'd like to thank the members of the review committee for their work in evaluating the book, Genderqueer, a Memoir. I was not familiar with this book until it was mentioned during the November school board meeting. After seeing the concerns being raised by other parents, I purchased a copy for myself to read so I could make my own evaluation. What I found was a personal story of self-discovery and growth. The images and descriptions that were explicit or sexual in nature serve to illuminate the author's experience. They highlight the struggle and pain often involved for LGBTQ individuals who are trying to understand their sexual and gender identities. The book also spends a great deal of time relating the author's struggle to claim their own gender identity within their family and in public. I firmly believe that it's important for stories such as this to be present and available in our high school libraries for students who are interested enough to seek them out. Most people are aware that transgender teens and young adults are impacted by suicide much more than the general population. Having books that show others who have similar thoughts, feelings, and experiences helps kids to understand they are not alone. I'm the parent of two wonderful kids. One, a 2020 graduate of Henderson High School, the other, a current junior there. Both of my kids are trans, non-binary people. They both have been willing and able to advocate not only for their own needs, but for those of their classmates and friends. They've been open and honest with my wife and I about their truth, and we have both done our best to support the kids while trying to understand and learn along the way. What I found in Genderqueer, a Memoir was not just a book that provides representation for trans kids, but also a book that shows some of the challenges of daily life, of family life, of relating to themselves and their friends and family. I've seen my kids and our family struggle with some of the same issues. Even after 6 years of being as supportive as I can and seeking to learn and understand, Maya Kobe's story taught me some new things and improved my understanding of the challenges my kids and so many other trans kids face. It's not just important for kids to be able to read books like this. It's important for this book and others like it to be available so the larger community can understand their experience and relate to them better. I ask that the board accept the recommendations of the review committee and vote to retain Genderqueer, a Memoir in our school library. Thank you.
Jaden Howe and Amy Ficara on deck.
Jaden Howe, West Goshen Township? My name is Jaden Howe. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a junior at Henderson High School. I am an openly queer and non-binary student and an officer of Henderson's Gender Sexuality Alliance. There are 3 things I have noticed a distinct lack of in the debate surrounding Genderqueer, a Memoir. Commentary from high school-aged students, commentary from those who have read the book in full, and commentary from actual transgender and genderqueer people. I'm here today to provide all 3. The most common criticism I see leveled against Genderqueer involves its sexually explicit visuals. Having read the book in its entirety, I would like to point out that such scenes are few and far between and are very short when present. The thing I take most umbrage with when it comes to this criticism is the glaringly apparent double standard that exists in criticism of sexually explicit literature. In my experience, books involving queer and transgender themes are disproportionately contested in comparison with books involving cisgender and heterosexual themes, regardless of the level of heterosexually explicit content. Secondly, I'd like to address the implication by those contesting the book that high school-aged students do not possess a level of maturity such that they could handle a book like Genderqueer. I have personally lent this book to several friends and peers, all of which agreed that the outrage over the sexually explicit imagery was being blown out of proportion. I think people my age, or at least those who would be interested enough to seek out this book, are by and large much more comfortable and in touch with sexuality than parents and teachers know or want to acknowledge. I recently wrote a research paper on Harvey Milk for a school assignment, and I'd like to share a few lines from it that I feel are especially pertinent to this discussion. Because the societal expectations of heteronormativity are so deeply ingrained in most modern societies, the queer identity is intrinsically connected to its societal influences. A queer person's sense of self is often shaped by the innate challenge towards societal norms that being queer presents. This, in effect, makes queerness inherently political. The root of this debate is not sexually explicit content. It is whether or not queer kids are deserving of accurate and realistic representation in our media. If we deny that to queer kids, we risk becoming a detriment to their sense of self and mental health. This book could prove so helpful to so many who are struggling with their identity, but it must be accessible to them to make any meaningful difference. As someone who personally identified with much of the themes and experiences outlined in Genderqueer, I would ask the board not to remove it so that others like me may continue to benefit from the positive queer representation it provides. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Ficara. I live in West Goshen. I'm a parent of an elementary child in this district and have been a middle school teacher in another district for over 20 years. I am concerned that the book Genderqueer is being recommended for approval to keep in the high school libraries. Part of the committee review and feedback includes, 1, this is an optional book in our high school libraries and should remain for students that need to see themselves in a book. I refuse to believe that this book is the only option available for students who need to see themselves in a book. Is it serious to believe that better, more appropriate reading material is not available to meet this need? As a district, we need to consider what we deem appropriate for our high school students. While some may disagree, it's not as a district, but as parents, we need to consider what we deem appropriate for our children. I know that this book is an appropriate reading material for high school students. This book, number 3, this book supports queer students and their allies. Again, better, more appropriate material exists. 4, the brain development and level of student maturity should be considered. This is absolutely true. Children of high school age, which could be as young as 14 years old, do not have the maturity and brain development and should not be exposed to sexually explicit material. 5, LGBTQ+ should have books that reflect their experiences. Absolutely true. But just as I would not want a child in the straight community to read a book with explicit and graphic sexual acts described and pictured, the same consideration should be applied to those in the LGBTQ+ community. With the plethora of reading material available, I am sure the district's highly qualified professionals can find more appropriate books that reflect the experiences of students in the LGBTQ community. Why provide questionable material in a school setting when it is not necessary? There are better ways to support young minds that are not even fully developed to handle such mature content. The district went to extreme measures to protect students' physical health from COVID. Shouldn't we take more caution with the books we provide to help them grow intellectually? Please reconsider your approval of this book. Thank you.
Joanne Yurchuk and Donna Valance on deck.
My name is Joanne Yurchuk, and I live in East Goshen. I recently emailed the school board and Dr. Sokolowski explaining my objections to the book Genderqueer, which is in at least 2 of our high school libraries. I hope that you all viewed the indisputably pornographic images from Genderqueer that were attached to that email. After forwarding this same email to dozens of Westchester residents, I received the following response from one recipient. I have no reason to doubt its veracity. Quote, Joanne, I got flagged for sending pornography in the email I forwarded to a friend. So while I am extremely concerned, it screwed up my computer. Next time call me, but do not email this stuff. I received an email saying none of this was true. Has anyone checked the library shelves? Need to get to the bottom of this. It's disgusting. Unquote. Needless to say, all facts noted in that email were unfortunately true. The email flagging of the genderqueer images speaks for itself. Although some have claimed otherwise, opponents are not suggesting that genderqueer be banned. It is available in public libraries and can be purchased at various bookstores. We simply object to sexually explicit and pornographic books being made available to minors in our taxpayer-funded schools. As a retired teacher, I was a staunch supporter of public schools and indeed had praised this district over many years for their fine educational programs. Then DEI wrapped its pernicious tentacles of racial divisiveness and sexual indoctrinations around our school children before many of us realized what was happening. Academics has regrettably taken a backseat to social engineering, and my former unequivocal support has shifted 180 degrees. I now would adamantly advise parents to remove their children from these woke indoctrination centers until agenda-driven school districts such as Westchester stop promoting these objectionable ideologies. If you think that most community members would approve of genderqueer, perhaps you might consider posting the images on your homepage to determine if this is the case.
My name is Donna Flauntz from East Goshen Township. I'm a mother of 3, a grandmother of 8, and I'm blessed. but I'm here today to tell you that I am immensely disturbed. Recently, I was presented with excerpts from the book Genderqueer, which I understand is in your Westchester school libraries and about to be voted on. My life changed dramatically once my eyes fell on just 2 pages of this comic book style publication, and it's really nothing comical about it. There is no legitimate reason for this hardcore pornographic material to fall into the hands of our minor children. Totally inappropriate, downright dangerous, and as I will explain, totally illegal. Being a grandmother, I'm not that computer savvy, but I decided immediately I was going to do some research on my own, and I did. I learned that children are members of a specifically protected class when it comes to sexual exploitation of any kind. The law of our land has determined that adults may not sexualize our young, period. The abuse of children does not become legal even when a book is in a classroom as a handout or is used in other ways to influence the children. Genderqueer is an abuse of the worst kind. Perverted images remain and do much harm to our children. I viewed those pages for 10 seconds, and I was disturbed for weeks, waking up in the middle of the night with tears running down my cheeks. It affected me that severely. Our esteemed Supreme Court has highlighted the vulnerability of our elementary and high school students to this proselytization. And you know what? They strongly disavowed it. Teachers, librarians, and administrators, once you are put on notice of this violation to our children and these strong pornographic materials, you must remove them or risk civil rights violations, and parents under section 1983 of our Civil Rights Code can bring legal action against you. Look it up. I'm a grandmother, I found it. Section 1470 of Title 18, the U.S. Code, prohibits anyone from knowingly transferring obscene matter to minors under age 16.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Rachel Langen and Beth Ann Rossica on deck.
Rachel Langen, Borough of Westchester. I'm going to be mostly talking about genderqueer, but what I'm saying also applies to the other book. So, I have a master's degree in library and information science, and I hold a K-12 school library teaching certificate. I spent 13 years in public education as a school librarian in both Unionville-Chadds Ford School District as well as the Church of Easttown School District. I have been a part of book challenges, not as a parent, but as an employee defending my school district's purchase of a book. After looking at the documents, there are a few procedural issues that need to be addressed. One, where is the collection development policy for each of the school libraries? It's not online. Was a collection development policy given to the committee to review? Two, who paid for this book? As a former librarian, I know there are many different budget categories that fund a school library. Some categories have requirements that govern which books may or may not be purchased. Does anyone know how this book was paid for? Three, I also know that special interest groups can pay for or donate books to a library. These types of donations need to be scrutinized because there's usually an agenda behind this type of gift. Was this book paid for or donated by a special interest group? A book review committee should be given at least 2 professionally written reviews from different sources of the book in question, along with an assessment of the added value to the curriculum, the Lexile reading score, the intended age range for the book, as well as the interest range. Was the committee provided with this information?
5, it looks like the book committee was given an alternate definition of the word pornography because it truly does not match the definition that is here in my actual real dictionary. If we are in the business of education, shouldn't we be teaching our children to go to the source, the law, or a dictionary, and not Google? And speaking of the law, why wasn't the PA state law definition of pornography used? Like, it's 4 pages long. Was this shared with and reviewed by the committee? Because if it wasn't, it should have been. 6, according to the district's policy, the book review committee was to consist of 9 people: the superintendent or his designee, a parent, community member, student, principal, student, principal, supervisor, teacher, librarian, and board member. If the committee is supposed to consist of 9 people, then why were there 17 people on the committee? Surely you can do the math and see that stacking the committee with 6 administrators and 3 librarians was going to result in an imbalanced vote. This alone should invalidate the committee's recommendation to keep the book. Does anyone remember when our former board president ranted about this book making national news, claiming that this book was not in our schools? Why did he so vehemently deny the existence of this book, when in fact it is in our schools and was most likely paid for by taxpayer dollars, but we're not sure who paid for it, we need to find that out. Here's why this book should not be approved tonight. The day after the rant, our very own superintendent removed the book from the library shelves and agreed that the content was inappropriate. 2, the education committee meeting to review the book was canceled and thus proper procedure was not followed. 3, it appears the book committee was most likely not provided with the documentation listed above. And 4, the committee was not formed in accordance with district policy. So please dissolve the current committee, form a new one, and visit this again another time. Thank you.
Rosica, Westchester Borough. I have a degree in English literature from Westchester and a PhD in education. I view myself as a moderate. I have no religious affiliation. I have worked with underserved children for my entire 30-year-plus career. I believe that these facts are important as I share my comments about the book Genderqueer. I have read the entire book and I am concerned about its presence in our libraries. As a former English teacher, I believe that we need a variety of books and genres in our libraries. My concern over this book is related to disturbing images, both in graphics and in words. The main character in this book is struggling and suffering. It was heartbreaking to read Maya's words. Page 36. Hiding my period became extremely important to me. For 2 entire school years, I successfully avoided ever using a school bathroom. I would often wear the same pad for so long that the dried blood turned to dark crumbles resembling coffee grounds. To this day, a huge number of my nightmares involve menstrual blood. Page 127. I felt as if I had been stabbed through my entire body, and with this came a wave of psychological horror at the realization that things can go inside my body. Gender dysphoria is a clinical diagnosis in the DSM-5. Psychological distress that results from an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. There is a picture of the character with a metal rod going through their entire body, in addition to a drawing of a sanitary pad with crumbles of dried blood. The character may be suffering from gender dysphoria. However, I am not a licensed mental health professional, and I am not able to make such a diagnosis. Our librarians and teachers are not mental health professionals either. And for those students who are suffering at this level, they need support and help from a licensed professional. A book alone is not going to prevent them from hurting themselves. Additionally, this book could be harmful to a number of students and may not ultimately support the audience it is intended for. Once an image is seen, it cannot be unseen. For our students whose cognitive development is not yet complete, what will some of these images do to them? We have a responsibility to protect their innocence. I know that others will be critical and tell me that these materials can be accessed in other places. Yes, they can. But if they're in our school, then we are saying that they are okay, that these images are okay. By keeping this book in the library, the district is sending a message that using strap-on penises and engaging in oral sex, regardless of sexual identity, is acceptable and normal behavior for adolescents under the age of 18. Was a mental health professional on the committee? Has the committee explored other LGBTQ books that do not contain sexual references or disturbing images? While I believe that the committee's intentions were good, I think they are misguided. For children suffering from gender dysphoria and who may be suicidal, this book will not solve their problems. We have a moral and ethical responsibility to get them the help and support they need. Thank you.
Guy Carochi and Megan Rykob on deck. Guys, Shiraki. Megan Rykob.
Good evening, my name is Megan Rykob. I live in East Goshen. I stand before the board tonight asking that Genderqueer, a memoir, retain its place on our high school library shelves. Maya Kobabe is an author who uses EM/air pronouns. Air Book is a story of self-identity. Maya Kobabe is asexual and non-binary, two aspects of the LGBTQ+ rainbow that aren't often discussed and offer a window or mirror, depending on the reader. And you don't have to be LGBTQ+ to find this book meaningful. Even in some pages that some have taken out of context, I gained something. For instance, one image circulated is often misrepresented as two underage boys engaging in a sexual act. In fact, the author was 25 years old, and their partner was also an adult. In this passage, I see a depiction of how consent can change even in the middle of a sexual act. Regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation, learning you can say no at any time is an important lesson for teens and adults. Maya Kobabe said this about Air Book Challenge nationwide. What I'm learning is that a book challenge is like a community attacking itself. The people who are hurt in a challenge are the marginalized readers in the community where the challenge takes place. When discussing proposed legislation in our neighboring state of Delaware, Senator Sarah McBride raised a salient point. The way we talk about trans people, and to be clear, non-binary people like Maya Kobabe fit under the trans umbrella, it reduces trans people to abstract concepts. Trans kids exist in our elementary, middle, and high schools. They exist out in the wide world when our children become adults and go to college or get a job. This Thursday, March 31st, is Transgender Visibility Day. Let's take the opportunity to remember that transgender students are not an abstract concept. Keep them visible in your mind as you vote. The book challenge policy outlines the formation of a review committee. The consensus of this committee was to keep the book. Please heed that guidance. Additionally, I would like to reiterate my appreciation and support for the comprehensive plan. Specific details I would like to highlight are considering an activity bus and other methods to remove barriers to student involvement. I want to see every student have a chance to be involved. And in the past, I've carpooled students I didn't even know when coaches asked for help so a student could participate. And also, SEL being rooted in classroom culture. My children are now in 9th and 7th grades. They've been exposed to social emotional learning since second step lessons in elementary school. And I believe it's provided the individualized support they need. Thank you.
Nancy Wood and Dante DeAndre on deck.
Hi, Nancy Wood, East Bradford Township. I can't begin to imagine what it feels like to be a student and feel the need to show up at a school board meeting and defend my worth. These kids should be out living their lives, not here teaching a lesson to their community. A lesson that should have been learned years ago when homophobia nearly prevented Ruston High School from being named after an openly gay man. To the students here tonight, we see you. You belong in our community. You are loved and cherished for who you are, and we have your backs. The potential ban on genderqueer in tonight's agenda is about more than just a book. Context matters. Board members, your vote tonight comes in the midst of an attack on the LGBTQ students in our schools by individuals who, for political reasons, want parents to be afraid that their children might be indoctrinated and groomed in public schools. A politician claiming our student-led GSAs are about indoctrination. A national figure tweeting out our teachers' email addresses and calling them groomers, retweeted by white nationalists who openly mocked our students. A local forum hosting the author of a book that suggests suicidal ideation in trans youth may be a form of manipulation. The challenge to genderqueer is just one more part of these attacks. I was aghast in our last school board meeting when a community member demanded a count of the number of LGBTQ students in our schools to justify, quote, whether or not there's a need for this type of genre in our schools. Shocking as it was, we should be grateful she said the quiet part out loud, because the premise of her request exposes the broader educational issue and the reason why tonight's vote matters to everyone. Think about it. A request to count the number of a certain type of students to justify the need for a certain genre implies that books and other materials should be only a mirror of the majority of students. That's not how education works. Students need exposure to a wide range of perspectives to develop critical thinking. Students need mirrors and windows. Diverse texts are not just for diverse students. The argument that genderqueer's presence could be justified if enough of a certain type of student exists in our schools lays bare the true motive. It's not about pornography. It's about excluding students who fall into a minority. The basis to keep the book is clear. Genderqueer is not pornography, it's no more explicit than many other books in our schools, and it has been broadly rated as appropriate for older teens. While this vote should be an easy one on the basis of fact, the broader context in our community heightens it to a level of moral consequence. We need to see every school board member vote to approve this recommendation. The message you send to our students matters, and they are listening. Thank you.
Dante DeAndre, Westchester Borough. I'm here to encourage the district to vote to approve both book committee recommendations. I don't need to necessarily restate the evaluations. I think they were very thorough, very excellent. Nothing more that needs to be said on that matter. I would like to speak as a openly queer man with a non-binary partner. And speaking of 3-year plans, part of my 3-year plan is the idea of possibly settling down in Westchester and having a family. So I'm looking towards this meeting and towards this whole affair in general as an opportunity to see Westchester not just as a safe and tolerant community, but an inclusive and truly welcoming community. And so I urge you all 9 of you, to vote to keep this book. It's doing the right thing. I know it's not easy. Actually, a couple of my esteemed neighbors here might not want to make it easy for you, but it is very important. Queer kids need resources. We need to be visible. I graduated Downingtown class of 2020. I didn't have a fraction of what these kids today have, and it is just awesome seeing them, that they are doing so much better than I did. And they need to feel seen. They need to feel seen and not feel obscene. I thought this was 2 minutes because I'm from Downingtown, so on that note, I will say, Downingtown beat you guys to this. They've already approved the book. Not bragging, but you know. So, yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to hear from a lot of people around here. I'm very happy to hear from the students, the parents. I urge you to vote to keep the book. Thank you.
Matt McKenzie and Doug Gilbert on deck.
Matt McKenzie, West Goshen. How's everybody's bracket doing? And thanks for the extra minute, I could really use it here. I'm up here to talk about the Glen Acres renovation program, which is on the financial consent agenda tonight. The board is expected to approve a $19.8 million construction project for that school. And remember, renovations are never completely cover everything. There are always some things not included, and oftentimes follow-up projects are needed, as we've seen in the past. And as most homeowners know, there are always uncertainties with renovations, and costly overruns are likely. And remember, something we consistently see in all of our Westchester School District projects is the intentional misrepresentation of actual costs to the taxpayers. The bond sold to finance this mistake will make the total financing expense around $29 million. As best as I can tell through online research, Glen Acres is 55 years old. Its dedication was presided over by a school board president named Spellman. There was a renovation with some additions at the 30-year point, around 1997. There's a general rule in construction concerning when a new building should be considered instead of just pursuing planned renovations. All construction projects are unique, of course, but it's called the 60% rule. If a renovation project is going to total approximately 60% of what it would cost to replace the building with a new one, a new building should be considered, should be studied. In my view, a 55-year-old building should be replaced. It would add more value for the local residents in that community. The $23.5 million revised project budget would actually more than pay for a new school building. A 600 student capacity at a benchmark $325 per square foot, new construction costs at 120 square feet per student. It's just math. Has a new building even been studied? Has an operations plan been developed to house the students while new construction is taking place? Renovations occurring during use is also very inefficient and can be unsafe for the occupants. Are there any long-range replacement plans for all of our buildings? If so, what are they? All of our elementary students can fit in just 9 elementary schools easily. We're actually right on the cusp of just needing 8 buildings. And there are no enrollment projections that show a need for more than 9 of these buildings right now. So awarding these contracts tonight is an extraordinarily bad idea. But the biggest reason why actually isn't due to the construction costs. We are actually in the midst of declining enrollment district-wide. The net new housing construction is more than offset by declining birth rates. In fact, some big news that just came out today, I don't know if any of you guys heard this. The statewide, in the state, Pennsylvania statewide, there's a decline in the 2020 birth rate that is among the lowest ever. I don't think a new school was ever looked into here. The board should demand a thorough study before they approve this construction. In my opinion, dedicating $29 million to this now is very wasteful.
Hi, my name is Deb Gelber of East Bradford. Sorry, my handwriting wasn't so great on that one. First of all, I want to thank the board for listening to everybody's statements and taking it all into consideration. What I'm asking the board to do, my second sheet. I have 3 minutes, but only one award. So. I would like to hold the board accountable to the equity mission statement. I'm going to read that just as a reminder to every single board member why we're here. The equity mission statement of the Westchester Area School District reads, supports students and families of every race, color, creed, identity, ability, and orientation as they engage in purposeful learning without bias or judgment. Let's hear that again, without bias or judgment. And it stands in solidarity to ensure diverse and inclusive curricula and instruction for all students. All students, every single one of our students matter, regardless of all of this. That is what public education is, right? Access, equal access to education, regardless of all of this and how much money we have, right? public school is a place for all of our kids to come and learn, regardless of what the parents think. And I'm sorry we don't all want to hear that, but I don't agree with everything that goes on. It doesn't mean I have to. I don't understand it all, but I don't have to. What I do know is our kids are killing themselves. We are sitting here, we just heard from a community member about how this book saved his life. And then we had a community member come up and say, I've never heard of a child's life being saved by reading this book. Then we're not listening to each other. We have to listen. We're not all going to win. And it's not about that. It's about our kids. Let's just get back to educating our kids and talk about the items that we had before COVID. Because I'm sure there's a lot of programs that we're not talking about because we're constantly debating the same topics of conversation. Sorry. That's it.
Alexis Cooper.
Alexis Cooper, West Goshen Township. I'm up here tonight because I'm requesting that the vote for escaping the sinking ship be postponed to the Education Committee meeting, can convene in April, since they weren't able to discuss and vote on the book this month as was originally planned. I sent a letter to everyone on this board requesting the vote be postponed, and I included Dr. Sokolowski in the email. I had the opportunity to consult with various Holocaust experts in the community, and the feedback I received about Chapter 4 Wilhelm Gustloff is a lack of historical context surrounding the sinking of this Nazi ship. Rhonda Fink-Whitman is a Holocaust educator, advocate, and author who mentioned the following. The way the story reads, it is as if the Russian aggression towards this boys' village was completely unprovoked and happened in a vacuum. There is no mention of the Holocaust, nor Germany's attempt to conquer Europe, which preceded the boys' need to flee. If this is an introduction to World War II for a young child, the child might wonder, why are the Russians destroying this little German boys' village? There is no historical context as to why the boy's world was turned upside down, and that he has become collateral damage in a war which was started by his own country. It's deliberately misleading. From the first paragraph, Germany and its allies, you mean the group of countries which started World War II and was hell-bent on world domination known as the Axis of Evil. Enemy Soviet forces brought ruthless destruction. You mean the Soviets who liberated concentration camps across Europe and pushed back the invading German army so they wouldn't take their land. Oh yeah, those guys. The author should have added a sentence or two clarifying how the boy found himself in this dire situation. You can have empathy for the German boy who got caught up in the aftermath of war and still explain what caused the boy's predicament in the first place. What brought the Russians to his front door? What about the Nazis who boarded the boat with the boy in an attempt to escape justice and avoid being held responsible for their war crimes against humanity? No mention of that. It's written as if the boy and his mother were Jewish refugees fleeing the Nazis by boarding the St. Louis, only they were not. Honest historical context is crucial. In Chapter 4, the Wilhelm Gustloff, from the book Escaping the Sinking Ship, severely lacks that. Given that this chapter is in a book found in 2 elementary school libraries, geared towards an age group that has yet to learn about World War II and the Holocaust in school, which Dr. Missett concurred with during one of the book review committee meetings, perhaps a responsible thing to do if the board votes to keep the book in the elementary libraries would be to add a note giving more background and attach additional resources, such as the book Hidden, A Child's Story of the Holocaust. This would ensure that impressionable young minds are given context and the opportunity to further explore the horrors of World War II and the Holocaust. Thank you.
Hitler, this is in elementary schools. There's a picture of Hitler. It says, Adolf Hitler was present when the Wilhelm Gustloff first launched on May 5th, 1937. So young kids, elementary school library, this is what they get to see.
Last call for Guy Sirachi.
That concludes public comment on agenda items.
thank you all for coming, for contributing, for having the courage to stand up and speak to us. We see you and we can hear you, and I appreciate your coming. That will move us to the approval of the February 28, 2022 board meeting minutes. A motion to approve, may I have a first? Dr. Herman, Mrs. Chester. Any questions or comments from the board? No? Could we call the vote, please?
Director Herman?
Yes.
Director Chester?
Yes.
Vice President Bevilacqua?
Yes.
Director Walmsley?
Yes.
Director Fleming?
Yes.
Director Shaw?
Yes.
Director Brunel?
Yes.
Director Dietrich?
Yes.
President Tierney?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Next, we seek approval for the March 28, 2022 school board meeting agenda. May I have a first, please? Mr. Bevilacqua, Mr. Donnell II. Any questions or comments? No? Roll call, please.
Vice President Bevilacqua?
Yes.
Director Brunel?
Yes.
Director Walmsley?
Yes.
Director Chester?
Yes.
Director Shaw?
Yes.
Director Dietrich?
Yes.
Director Herman?
Yes.
Director Fleming?
Yes.
President Tierney?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you. That leads us to the superintendent's report. Dr. Sokolowski.
President Tierney, thank you very much, and thank you everybody for coming out tonight and sharing your comments. They are greatly appreciated. I do want to share some good news about some upcoming events that we have happening in our schools. But tonight, as you see before you, we are displaying some artwork. And specifically, this is artwork from our very own East High School. And actually, our school board rep, Elena Rutterow, is our president of the National Art Honor Society at East. And as you can see from the display here, Elena, what a wonderful cadre of artists that we have at East. And what we will be doing in the month of April and May, we'll also be recognizing the art programs at our other two high schools. But Elena, thank you very much for bringing this forward, literally bringing all these pieces of art to our meeting tonight. Some upcoming events to keep in mind for our families, students, and staff. This spring on Thursday evening, we'll have our third installment of our community conversations that will take place at Ruston High School. A very exciting concert. I think one of the most amazing performances will be at East High School on Friday evening, and that is the House of Hope charity concert. Our students at East High School for the previous 2 years were able to do that virtually for our community and raise a lot of money for Home of the Sparrow. That will take place this Friday night, April Fool's Day, 7 o'clock at East High School. Also taking place at East High School will be the Spellman Awards, and those will occur on Wednesday, April 6th. The award is named after Dr. Elwood Spellman, former school board president, and also, as we know, the father of our board president, Mrs. Sue Tierney. There are some exciting concerts and events coming up, and I would encourage everyone to check out our webpage and particularly look at the link, Let Us Entertain You, for a lot of the upcoming programs that we have to offer. This past Friday night, for the first time in 3 years, our Westchester Area Education Foundation were able to host the Harlem Wizards event. I can tell you it was probably the most joyous event thus far this school year. Yes, I got picked on by some of the Wizards. I got picked up and dropped on the ground, and then they performed some world wrestling moves on me. But it was a lot of fun, and would just like to thank our foundation members for making that happen. On Friday, April 29th, the foundation, our Education Foundation, will host a breakfast at Ruston High School. And this breakfast will recognize Bentley Systems as one of our community partners for the past number of years. Some sports recognitions, and I want to be careful because I think I've been doing this a little bit too much the past few months. I want to make sure that our student reps have the honor of recognizing some specific things happening sports-wise, but to be real quick, Henderson High School's unified bocce team won the state championship. The Henderson girls hockey team won the Flyers Cup. The Westchester boys ice hockey team also won the Flyers Cup. And congratulations to all of our student athletes for great performances and great successes this past winter. A couple of additional items to note. Exton Elementary will be honoring their 80th year this Thursday. The school opened in 1941, so it's the longest continuously operating school, same location, in the entire school district. And let's see, what else could I also add? Oh, very important, Dr. Missett. Kindergarten registration is currently ongoing, and we really want to encourage families to do your very best to complete the registration by April 15th. And we're not saying that because it's tax day, but what we're doing is we're saying that that'll put you and your family and your future kindergartner in the best position possible for that transition to kindergarten. Tonight as well, in a few moments, we will be voting on our comprehensive plan. There are a lot of exciting elements to that, and a few of our community members concentrated that on their public comments. But goal area 1, access to district programming. Goal area 2, and I think there's much that we've learned over the past couple of years, but innovative teaching and learning. The third area that I really call the heart of our comprehensive plan, and to be quite honest, we are hearing it tonight, and that is called student involvement. And lastly, that foundation that makes everything happen in our comprehensive plan would be fiscal and capital planning. And hopefully, I know right now it's probably only about 22 degrees outside, and I think the winds are up around 20 miles an hour. But as of right now, it does look like that we are past the snow, past Dr. Sokolowski having to wake up at 3:45 in the morning, and we are looking for the last student day to be June 10th. For staff would be June 14th, and our graduation dates will be Ruston on June 7th, Henderson on the 8th, and East on June 9th. And enrollment numbers, we are actually up since the start of the school year. Current enrollment numbers that we pulled at the end of February were 12,108 students. So we are still seeing rising enrollment here in the Westchester Area School District. Mrs. Chairman, that is my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sokolowski. Now, I hope you didn't give too much stuff away. Elena, that art coffee house was delightful. The singing, the art, the performances by students, and getting to meet, well, your whole family and a whole lot of other families. We're looking forward to attending the ones at Henderson and Ruston as well that are coming up soon. So thanks. That was a nice, relaxed evening. It's of course a whole different atmosphere than coming to a Wizards basketball game where they're carrying the superintendent around by his head. But it was a delightful evening, so thank you. And thanks for doing this work tonight.
I was surprised Saturday morning that I woke up without any back pain. It was amazing.
You'll have to go follow them. Get on the bus with them. Maybe they can do that to you again. Okay, Elena Rotero from East.
The bus is actually very nice if you wanted to go with that. Hi everyone, I hope you all had great weekends. I personally had a cold. I can hear Will has it now. Well, the month of March was kick-started with the Student Council's acknowledgement of Women's History Month. We played various women artists' music and that encouraged women's empowerment. Everyone seemed to enjoy the music by the mere fact that everyone was singing and dancing in the hallways. On March 8th, East hosted the annual Viking Slam volleyball tournament. We had about 12 teams and all were very excited to watch. I was so finally excited to play in my last Viking Slam this year. My team and I, though we didn't win at all, we did get runner-ups for costumes, so I would say that's a pretty good win. That following Friday, March 11th, was my National Art Honor Society coffee house. After almost 3 months of planning, our club finally hosted our amazing night of live music, henna, food, and of course artwork. We had over 300 people come out to support us. Thank you again to President Tiernan and Dr. Herman for coming. It was great to see your support to our art program, and I'm so happy that we successfully raised over $1,050. The week of March 14th through the 18th, East decided to have a Spirit Week. On Monday, it was PJ Day. I'd be lying if I said I didn't just roll out of bed that day. Tuesday was my favorite, Adam Sandler Day. I did bring my own personal golf club to finish off the look. Wednesday was Swap Day, where students were able to dress like teachers and teachers dressed like students. I dressed like my bestie, Dr. Brown, and it was truly uncanny. With the untucked shirt and undone tie, no one really saw the difference between us. Thursday was St. Patrick's theme to celebrate the day. And finally, Friday was March Madness / Jersey theme. Friday also was our SEL Day, where teachers hosted different events that students were able to sign up and do. Students watched basketball games, analyzed movies, learned how to do calligraphy, card games, and so much more. It was a really relaxing day. The Harlem Wizards, like Dr. Sokolowski said, were back at East for the first time since November of 2019. The gym was packed and everyone had an amazing time. East and Ruston's student council members helped out with merchandise and cleaned the gym afterwards. The class of 2022 were also there selling food and raising money for the class. I know I had a great time, so I can't even imagine how great of a time the little kids had with such an amazing show. Continuing with the topic of sports, junior Max Parnas qualified for the PIAA state wrestling tournament. East's 6th qualification over the past 5 years. Max won 32 matches his junior season, including a win at the state tournament. Switching over to swimming, Taylor Tegler competed in the 100 breaststroke with her 9th place finish at the PIAA state championship meet. Samantha Highland, Taylor Tegler, Sarah Zeminski, and Olivia Bond earned all District 1 honors in the 200 medley relay and qualified for state championships. Olivia Bond also won the Fred Pullen Award with her improvement, determination, and dedication to the team. And last but not least, congratulations to our amazingly talented boys hockey team with that Mercy Rule and their win for the state championship twice in a row, everyone know, for this past weekend. Oh, and our spring sports are starting fresh. I don't think any games have started yet, but I just know that they're having a good time. Looking ahead though, the American Red Cross Drive will be hosted this year by Student Council on April 8th, 2022. There is a major shortage of blood donors this year, so we're all really hoping that there's a big turnout. Donating blood can save up to 3 lives. East Student Blood Drive actually helped all the victims of the Boston bombing back in 2013, so I thought that was a pretty cool fact. I personally cannot handle needles, so I will be helping all the students. Prom season is very fast approaching, and East Girl Up is here to help. They have been collecting donations for prom dresses for anyone and everyone who is in need. All dresses are free and can be found in the library. Students may try them on and browse as they please. They're looking for so many more donations, so if you have any laying around the house, please consider giving them to donations for the Girl Up. That's my final report, but I also am here to talk about the art, which I have on my phone. So I'm also here tonight to represent my amazing AP art class. Here I brought with me 16 works of art by my peers. In this class we focus on our selected SIs, which stands for Sustained Investigation, which is pretty much a fancy way of saying themes. My personal SI is luck, and I like to focus on the small yet perfect moments where we put our lives in the hands of fate. And while I may not completely believe in all these habits, I do them anyways all the time. I just like to see all these beautiful moments in action, so I like to capture those. My peers' SIs range from mental health issues, money, appearance, personas, childhood innocence, climate change, home decor, memories, and so much more. All these works were featured in our coffee house this year, so they may be familiar to anyone who attended. Though this class may cause me stress and to use my brain more than that is comfortable, Mrs. Dooley has done a fabulous job in guiding us and helping us grow as artists and people. So if your student is interested in any way in art, I advise you all to encourage them to take this class. It is truly my best decision I've ever made in high school. That's the end of my report.
Henderson, it is your turn. And the cold? No mask. I think we all got it.
I had the cold on Friday. I thought I was good up until about walking outside this morning. Kind of came back, but we're struggling with it. We'll be okay. Dr. Solkowski stole my thunder here with the Henderson Unified Bocce team. Brought home its second straight state championship. They left the school to the sound of Rocky blaring through the PA system and all the students lining the hallway. So it was a great moment. And I think they are by far the most dominant team in Henderson history. Henderson Swimming had 6 swimmers qualified for states, bringing home a total of 9 medals, including 6 silvers and a gold. Krista Marlin won the girls 200 freestyle. She started the final lap, I would say, at least a full stroke behind the girl in front of her and finished a body length ahead, so it was quite impressive to watch. The girls 400-meter relay also won silver. The girls ice hockey team won both the Flyers Cup and the ICSHL Championship in the month of March. Led by Junior Castillon, the girls got hot at the right time, finishing the season on an unprecedented win streak. Baseball started their season off the right way this past Saturday, defeating Malvern Prep 9-0. After a first inning leadoff single from Malvern, pitchers Jackson Snyder, Eddie Smink, and Eric Lohman retired the next 25 batters without giving up a single hit and striking out 13. The wrestling team finished their season this month. They have not lost a single league meet since 2018 and sent 6 wrestlers to Hershey to compete in the state wrestling matches. None of them won, but we sent them, so that's what's impressive. This week is Kindness Week here at Henderson. Some of the festivities include music in the hallways, kindness cards, pajama day, and donation drives for the Home of the Sparrow. The Home of the Sparrow provides shelter to single mothers and children who face both homelessness and abusive situations. I had never heard of them before, but I did do some research, and I think the work they do is very important. So if any of your kids go to Henderson, please do donate to that. The Andrew Huggs Foundation Warrior Guides program had its first event in over 2 years Saturday, and it was the first time they've had an event since COVID shut the program down. Henderson and Great Valley students bowled, ate pizza, and hung out with 4th to 6th graders from Chester, and they are hoping to bring back the program full time. But I am personally a member, and it is very important and impressive to see the work that is done with these kids, and just watching them grow up was a great experience for me. Last week marked the beginning of the equity workshops at Henderson. Students participated in 3 hours of discussions and activities to explore our school culture and help build a vibrant and successful community where all students feel safe, valued, respected, and have a sense of belonging. We are having a second session this Wednesday that I will be taking a part of. Last Wednesday was the Henderson Prom Showcase. 54 students, I believe, were able to try on clothes and dresses provided from multiple vendors and put on a little fashion show and dance recital for our friends, parents, and anyone else who attended. I was personally, I'm going to say elected, but more forced to MC the event, so it was quite stressful, but the public speaking from this kind of helped. Yeah, that concludes my report. President Tiernan, you had said, I believe, in January, that if we did select where we wanted to go to school, to let you know. And I'm going to Louisiana State University.
Oh, great. You're going to be a Southern man.
It's probably not 25 degrees there right now.
No, not at all, not at all. I checked today, it was 71, and they just turned on the lazy river, so I'm really
smart.
You have a lazy river? Is that the college?
They put it in. It's in the shape of LSU, too. It's really cool. So the student rec center.
My goodness. I have to visit. All right. Thank you both student reps for continuing to keep us up to date. Did you mention bocce?
That's what I started off with, yes.
Sorry, the state champions.
State championship bocce team.
Yes.
Second consecutive state championship.
The second consecutive state championship bocce team, yes. Did you have a parade for them?
It wasn't exactly a parade. It was more impromptu. We all heard Rocky music, and I think we all remember from
That's
last
the
year.
team that went out. Okay. I'm gonna
I
get my
believe they
hearing
had a
aids this
police
month.
escort.
They
as
did,
were
all the
coming
way.
down the turnpike.
Yeah, no, they're pretty good, so we treat them like that, but,
Good. And so we want to thank you as you're going into now the fourth quarter of your senior year. I mean, I give you a lot of credit for just coming and saying, I'm still playing this game. I'm going to hang in there until the very end, until we get those diplomas into your hands. We practiced tonight there with Lucy. Shake the right hand, diploma in the left hand. It'll all be good. So, as I said last month, and will continue to say, the momentum just keeps speeding up. The number of activities in March, April, May, and of course June, it's almost all over, just get to be almost something almost every night. Dr. Sokolowski will not be eating dinner at home until after graduations are over. I can guarantee that. So we appreciate your taking this journey with us. You're showing us what high school seniors look like. You had more?
yeah, I missed the Henderson Drama Club put on Mamma Mia.
Yes!
4 sold-out shows, really good. I went.
Yes.
I missed it because I wrote Mamma Mia good because I was in a rush and didn't write a full description. But it was a really good show. It was double cast. It was awesome.
I haven't heard that much ABBA music in years.
It was good though. It was really good ABBA music.
It was like being at a Broadway production. They didn't try and do an orchestra, so they had the music already, but everybody in the audience knew all the songs. So the amount of movement in the audience and clapping and moving around was just a healthy performance, and excellent. I think the thing that interests me the most, if you are over 60 or 70 or so like that, there were 3 different programs for all of the musicals that I've been to so far. The Henderson one was a 2-pager. Well, it was 4, folded. And I thought, well, that was kind of cheesy. They didn't have any of the bios of the kids and what grade they were in and what they've done. Until I went home and looked, and there was one of those little blocks that you take your camera. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This thing. And there it all was, right there on my phone. And actually, my granddaughter showed it to me when we went out to breakfast. And she said, well, there it is. So each school did this differently. Some saved a lot of paper. Henderson saved a lot of paper. But they all reported out who was important to that cast in a different way, which I thought was great. The productions were all very different and all wonderful. I don't think we've seen them all yet, Dr. Herman, but we're going to get there. All right.
Can I say something, President Tiernan?
You may.
Thank you. Elena, I wanted to thank you very much for the coffee house. Your leadership was incredible. It was great meeting your family, meeting students. But the one thing that I wanted to point out, the artwork was wonderful. I mean, it just speaks for itself. There is a really nice sense of happiness among the students and the sense of community. So it was a good night. Thank you.
So thank you both. See you again next month. I don't know, at some point we're probably going to give you some t-shirts or something, a big thank you for all this, your pay for this year stellar performances. And that leads us to personnel recommendations from Dr. Ulmer.
Good evening, Mrs. Tiernan, Mr. Betalacqua, and directors of the board. Our personnel report for the month of March is as follows. With the rules from payroll, we have 6 resignations this month, 4 teachers, 1 secretary, and 1 network engineer. We have 17 retirements for approval. First, Mrs. Elizabeth Bender, school counselor at Henderson High School with 28 years of service. We have Janet Bowes, Latin teacher at Henderson High School and cyber program with 19 years of service. Mrs. Cheryl Shaborik, librarian at Mary C. House Elementary School with 31 years of service. Karen Cook, school counselor at East Bradford Elementary School with 18 years of service. Mr. Dean Donnelly, health and physical education teacher at Henderson High School with 18 years of service. Janet Doyle, certified school nurse at Starkweather Elementary School with 20 years of service. Christine Hunt, attendant secretary at Fern Hill Elementary School with 24 years of service. Greg Jewett, special education teacher at Stetson Middle School with 22 years of service. Sue Kleinert, reading teacher at Pierce Middle School with 16 years of service. Christina McCormick, math teacher at Henderson High School with 32 years of service. Rosemary McGeehan, instructional coach at Mary Seahouse Elementary School with 28 years of service. Stuart O'Connor, English teacher at Henderson High School with 20 years of service. Pat Perdue, accounts payable clerk here at Spelman Education Center with 34 years of service. Joanne Stolness, attendance secretary at Fugate Middle School with 23 years of service. Pat Thornton, kindergarten paraprofessional at Starkweather Elementary School with 13 years of service. Georgine Whittam, paraprofessional at Fugate Middle School with 16 years of service. And Susan Sacru, instructional coach at Penwood Elementary School with 24 years of service. The above retirees equal 386 years of service and commitment to Westchester Area School District. We of course wish all of our retirees the best and a happy, healthy new chapter in their lives. We'll miss everyone and we thank you for your service. With additions to payroll, we are recommending the hiring of 3 long-term substitute teachers, 1 library assistant, 3 paraprofessionals, 2 custodians, and 2 substitute custodians. In personnel events, I communicated 1 status change in the administrative staff. We would like to welcome Mr. Mark Groves as our Assistant Director of Facilities and Operations. Mark was our capital projects manager, went through an intensive interview process, and we are thrilled to have such a talented and dedicated professional in this extremely important role in our organization. Congratulations, Mark. Congratulations, are you here? There he is, everybody. In additional information, we are recommending an addendum to post-employment benefits, 1 start date update, 1 rescindment of employment, and the name of 9 drivers and aides from On-the-Go Kids buses. In tutoring, we are recommending the approval of 14 new tutors. In supplemental contracts, we are asking for approval for 1 annual contract and 4 spring contracts. We're also recommending 1 spring contract removal. We also are recommending 2 adjustments of annual contracts along with 4 adjustments of spring supplementals. I'm respectfully requesting board approval for all the personnel matters listed above. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ulmer. All right. Dr. Herman, would you make the motion to approve?
Yes, I'd like to seek approval for everything that Dr. Ulmer said for personnel.
And a second. Dr. Shaw, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board on the personnel report except for the loss of 385 years of experience which can never be brought back? A Chris McCormick can't be reproduced, can't be brought in next year and just put on the job. These people are not replaceable, and they have given us their professional lives, most of them. Some look like they've just decided to leave a little early, but these people who have lasted 28 and 34 years in the classroom, we thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, let's vote for the personnel report.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Durnell,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Director Bevilacqua,
Yes.
President Tiernan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the consent agenda. Now, you know the consent agenda is the things that we worked on and have moved forward to a large section of the agenda, which is now going to be approved tonight, and that includes 2 very, very big things. Would you mention those very big things quickly? Big.
On the non-consent, sorry. In our education committee, we'll be talking about.
Consent, first, strategic plan, the comprehensive plan, and the special ed.
Correct. The comprehensive plan, which I mentioned earlier, we will be voting on this evening as part of, it's not consent. It's not consent, right. So we will be voting on that as part of our education committee. We'll also be voting tonight on our special education plan that will be also linked to our education committee portion of the meeting in just a moment.
Okay. So many small things on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? Mr. Bevilacqua, Dr. Dietrich, any questions, comments? Anybody want to pull anything off the consent agenda I was supposed to ask first? No, nobody has said they wanted to do that. So we have approved it. We don't want to discuss it. Call for the vote.
Vice President Bevilacqua,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Director Brunel,
Yes.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
Yes.
President Tiernan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We move now to school board committee reports. The first is education with Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Tiernan. The Education Committee did not meet in March, but I invite everyone to our next meeting on Monday, April 11th at 6:30. As we just sort of discussed, there are two items on the Education Committee agenda tonight that need to be voted on. And the first one is approval of the Westchester Area School District 22 to 25 comprehensive plan. So approval is requested of the 22-25 comprehensive plan. I so move.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Durnell. Questions, comments about?
Wagman here and Tammy, correct? So for goal area number 2, around innovative teaching and learning, we've learned a lot these last 2 years around technology and its place in the classroom. And there have been significant gains in our understanding of the impacts on children development, on student learning. We heard a lot from the committee, or from the administration and the cabinet this year already about student preference for physical learning materials, or preferences for that over like electronic learning. So I have some questions specifically in the technology space. Including how are we acknowledging the deficits that we know have occurred during the pandemic? This isn't a Westchester specific issue, right? But one that we have seen across the state and across the nation. So that is my first question for goal number 2. My second one is, with the increased emphasis on interweaving technology into the curriculum at all levels, how are we being mindful of the fact that as kids are using more of their devices with their hands, we are seeing an ever-growing gap in their development of fine motor skills. This is also having impact on things such as the visual development, their visual development. I've experienced this myself with my own children. And a specific example I'd like to offer with respect to this is at the elementary level. I understand that as part of our full-day kindergarten curriculum, one of the free time activity options for kindergartners is potentially iPad time. So I would just like to better understand, like, as we continue to broaden and go down this path of increased technology presence in the education space, how are we measuring and monitoring its impact on educational outcomes, on children development, and any possible causation or correlation between things, development issues around like motor skills, visual development, other developmental milestones, specifically at the K through 5 level. Well, you can start and I'll add.
There were many very good questions there. And I will tell you, remember them all, but I'll try to answer as many as I can and rely on Dr. Florio as well. When we went into COVID and students went home, we, like many districts, ended up extending a one-to-one program down into kindergarten, which I swore as an educator I would never do under my watch. Of course, COVID comes along and, you know, that's so much for what I think. There are a number of number of camels that will never get back, you know, the noses back under the tent, and a number of genies will never get back in the bottle. One of the things we were able to stuff back into the bottle was, well, our kindergarten through 5th grade all have individually assigned iPads, and the 3rd graders have keyboards on their iPads, because that's a developmentally appropriate thing to do at that stage. We do not allow, except under very limited circumstances, students to take the iPads home. That's a very intentional decision. I can't speak specifically to kindergarten options for iPad time. I'm honestly not close enough to that on a daily basis. I will say that in the lower grades, we do tend to use the technology in stations, but our focus, our emphasis is on the human contact, the teacher and student-to-student relationships. I never, and I've said this over and over again, and I have a team of really talented instructional technology coordinators who agree, I never want to see a whole bunch of eyeballs on a screen, because if I do, we need to do some serious professional development in those classrooms, and I don't consider that a success. What we do want to see is we want to see devices used judiciously, and we want to see them used ethically. So you'll look in the comprehensive plan, and we talk about the implementation of the ISTE standards, which speaks directly to appropriate use, ethical use, use as a learning and research tool, conducting ethical research, being critical consumers of information. And we don't want kids to simply consume information. We want to be very selective in providing students a number of ways to show what they know, multiple assessments, which means that we want them to use the devices to produce things as well as as consume content. So I don't disagree with the premise of any of your questions. In fact, I agree wholeheartedly with the premise of all of your questions. We are very carefully monitoring what's going on in the classrooms. I have 2 instructional technology coordinators in the elementary buildings and 2 in the secondary buildings. Do we do everything well? No. Did we pick up some bad habits over the course of the last 2 years? Yes. We also picked up a lot of very good habits, and now we're at a point where we need to assess, what's good, what genies need to stay out of the bottle, and what genies we need to get back in the bottle. One of the ways we're going to do that is through a comprehensive Bright Lights Clarity 3.0 survey, which I'm happy to share with any member of the board, and I think pre-COVID I reported on them. That looks at learning, it actually looks at our whole entire technology landscape from the student and the teacher perspective. And it looks at essentially how we communicate, how we collaborate, how we create, and how we encourage critical thinking, the 4 C's. And how we're using technology to do that, and sometimes you don't need technology to do that. There's nothing better than a good Socratic dialogue, and it does not require a computer. So we do that. That also takes a look at our professional development. We get feedback from the teachers on professional development. I will say, interestingly, the last time we gave the survey was 2019, 2020. We obviously couldn't give the survey. We normally deliver it in the spring. Our students assess their classroom experience in a much more positive way than our teachers self-reflect, which I think is really interesting. Again, I'm happy to share that data. The areas we excel and the areas that we need to work on. But we use, there teacher feedback on professional development to set goals and benchmarks, establishes benchmarks and sets goals going forward. And we're unfortunately still working off a lot of the 2019 data, so I'm looking forward to getting 2022 data. Please let me know what didn't I answer.
No, you're doing great so far.
Okay.
Hang in there with me.
All right, I'm good.
Just to clarify, the point of my questions is not criticism of the use of technology. I myself work in the industry of technology, so I understand its application, its need, and not implying that it is being used in any improper way. What I do want to ensure that this is the comprehensive plan, think of it as a business plan and operating plan for the district. So for a matter of awareness for the community and for ourselves as the stewards of this educational experience for all 12,000 students, I want to make sure we have the right monitors in place, right? That there are measurable metrics for us to understand when things do go out of range, if you will, right? So it's good to know when it's working well. It's good to know when it's not, and how this plan helps inform our continued advancement of technology in our district as it's tied to both educational outcomes and student development. You know, the impacts of technology on children is kind of a spectrum, right? When we look at screen time guidelines, there's not a one-size-fits-all. Ages 3 to 5, it's about 1 hour a day is what's recommended. That increases with age, right? So there's a different level of appropriateness depending on the grade level. When I look at the comprehensive plan, one of the steps in strategy 2 talks about 2 things. One, creating a technology skills matrix, and talks about the creation of a digital curriculum is selected and implemented. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, gladly. The skills matrix looks at what skills, what habits of mind around the use of technology we expect to see at the end of various grade levels. And then we back map from there with our instructional technology coordinators or instructional coaches, work with teachers to develop those lesson plans, units of instruction that intelligently incorporate technology in either the process of instruction or the product. Because you can only impact 3 things in the classroom: your content, which is mostly prescribed, your process, how you're going to deliver that content, and your product, how you're going to assess whether your students mastered that content, and you can use it and apply it in different situations. So we look at what the International Society for Technology and Education, which is an internationally recognized professional organization that develops standards of quality for technology integration in education. We look at what they believe the critical skills are at specific levels of development, and then we try to revise our units of instruction to incorporate that either in the process or the product or both in ways that are engaging to students. So we look at those outcomes. We're not looking specifically at keyboarding skills. We're not looking specifically at mastering word processing. We are looking at how students leverage the technology, leverage the internet, leverage our subscription databases, which is where we want our kids to go first, because we pay good money for those and they're vetted. And how they use those tools to show mastery of content. And so that's how that matrix works. That's how we sort of assess, in addition to the feedback we get from Bright Bites, in addition to the walkthroughs that we do in classrooms where we focus on specific kinds of interactivity we want to see among our students. And we want to get away from that, and I hate this because it's become very trite, but it applies here, that sage on the stage. We don't want to see everything teacher-centered. We want to see students actively involved, and sometimes with technology, sometimes without technology. There's no reason why the laptop or the iPad needs to be on. In fact, we do help teachers with classroom management around, different ways of, indicating when the laptop screen needs to be down, without having to engage in a struggle all the time. And yes, you're also right, we do need to have protections in place, and we are evaluating those on a regular basis in terms of, we monitor our kids for safety, security, wellness, and we respond to kids that we see struggling because of some of the things that trip our filters that look for signs of student distress.
As you're talking, it sort of occurs to me that we kind of have a perfect opportunity, right, to compare the experience of our own cyber academy, right, against our traditional brick and mortar classrooms, right? And so, we got a pretty good dress rehearsal, right, with remote and remote 2.0 learning. One topic that came up back during remote learning, and this is something that we experienced in our own household, is at the elementary level with the iPads. They are originally designed, set up, security standards, set with the intended use of being used on property, right? On property on a district network. I would be curious though, as we look ahead, as we have launched a cyber academy, as we prepare for potential need for remote learning, should that time ever come, I'd like it to know that there are additional safeguards in place for internet security and the safety of our elementary age audience in particular. And the example I'd like to offer is an innocent search.
Where do we go?
In my case, it was a 5th grader studying nuclear events. The short word being nukes.
Yep.
A missed keystroke got a very different search result.
Yes. Yep. Yes, and I thank you for raising that. Go ahead, please finish.
And I just want to be very clear. I'm not trying to be controversial. I offer this truly as my own personal experience. We have YouTube that we use, and it is the nature of technology to learn from our behaviors on our devices.
Yes, it is.
So it is a natural consequence, an unintended one, of these other technology platforms to learn from the destinations our children go to.
Yes.
It was quite a few days before I learned of the experience in my house. We were able to remediate it, but I share this for an awareness for the community and for the parents in particular. When those devices are in your home, especially the iPads, especially K through 5, you should be doing anything and everything to also be the stewards of those devices and not just presume that everything sent home from the district is necessarily the same way that you have set it up in your own home. Again, not a criticism, just something that I want people to be aware of, that it can be a very innocent mistake that unintentionally presents a child with access to technology to content that is not intended for them.
Correct. Thank you for this opportunity, because I couldn't agree with you more. I know very well what occurred at the beginning of the remote instruction when we had to move 6,000 iPads into people's homes where I never wanted them to be. We at that point were relying on some built-in filters, because when the iPad is on the network, it's behind our filter. We've since have the iPads basically VPN into the district the same way we do with our 6 through 12 laptops. So basically our network is humming 24/7. And so any iPad that goes home now, our content filter provider now has an app that can't be uninstalled that acts as a VPN, so everything goes through our filter. One of the challenges that we have is when you rely on Google Safe Search and you rely on YouTube built-in filters, it's only as good as the metadata that is connected to that particular source. And if the metadata is, inaccurate, and if the filters are not watching the YouTube video and making a judgment, they're just simply going by the metadata. So we often get tripped up. We now block YouTube completely for elementary school because our filter is now capable of bypassing that block when a teacher embeds the URL in Schoology. So now elementary only gets what the teachers provide.
So does that eliminate the autoplay on YouTube? So
Yes.
that's where we got a little
It should,
close
yes,
to
it
finding
should,
the
yes.
user
Yes.
video.
Yeah, and it should clean up all the, the previews to the other videos that they think you might like because you're watching this one. The other thing is, we have a lot of very, very smart secondary students who seem to have a lot more time on their hands for whatever reason. I know they're really busy. But they always have a lot more time on their hands than my staff does in terms of trying to figure out how to get around our filter. So, yes, we know it's true.
I have a 10-year-old already asking how to get hacker.
Right, exactly. So, obviously we're all, it's a shell game, it's a whack-a-mole. When we see, we spring a leak one place, we plug it, and then the leak comes up somewhere else. Just doing a quick Google search, because I was looking for something in particular, I had to go through 2 pages on how to defeat your school's filter before I got to actually what I was looking for. So they're obviously searching more, for those things than I was searching for what I was looking for. But we do have a pretty, we have a very good, state-of-the-art filtering system. We discovered that students were putting up their own VPNs and trying to bypass our filter. So we have App Defender now that keeps those VPNs. We basically knock them off the network after we see the VPN go up. So it's a game. It's a serious game, but that's actually a poor choice of words. It's not a game. It's very serious, but I guess for the students it's a game. But we are, we're doing everything that we can, and we spend a lot of time, a tremendous amount of time on just these issues. And yes, we screw up once in a while because the internet is a huge place that gets bigger every second, and we're always going to be one step behind what's going on because our filters have to be updated, and somebody's going to find out the reason why the filter has to be updated before the filter is updated. So yes. Those are excellent questions, excellent concerns. I share them, and I'm glad I'm at the latter part of my career and not the beginning.
Well, thank you very much for entertaining the question. This is definitely an area where I know in section 3 you talk about student involvement. It does talk about parent involvement also, right? But this is a really important area where we should look to expand our partnership as parents and guardians with the district, right? We should worry about this and work on this together, right? We should measure and monitor it together. It should be something we do as partners, as we all have a great responsibility to all of these children. So I would encourage the team to think about how these things can have transparency in the community as we execute this comprehensive plan, and as the role of technology continues to expand, not just in education but in society as a whole. I think we need to be very mindful of it. There's just a profound amount of data about the impacts on brain development in particular. This was something I studied pretty extensively towards the beginning of the pandemic, spoke with child experts, had actually at the time Dr. Scanlon participate in a panel conversation with the Chester County Health Department, because this is a very specific concern of mine and many other parents. The impact on screen time and brain development, you get one shot at it. Once it changes brain development, there's no reversing course on that. And so this is going to create new challenges for us as parents, for us as educators going forward. And I want to make sure we have a plan that allows us to monitor and be responsive to those trends as they continue to develop. So
thank you. We watch those trends. I'm extremely concerned about them as well. So. Complete agreement.
answered?
Just me, yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Are we moving to accept?
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Durnell,
Yes.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
No.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Vice President Bevelacqua,
Yes.
President Tiernan,
Yes.
motion carries.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the Westchester Area School District Special Education Plan. Approval is requested of the Westchester Area School District Special Education Plan. I so move.
Do we have a second? Dr. Dietrich. Now, any other comments from you, Dr. Shaw, or anybody else have questions or comments about the special education plan, which has been discussed at prior education and pupil services meetings? It's been online, and it's was in the agenda report, that lengthy report. Anybody else? All right, call for the vote, please.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Vice President Bevelacqua,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
Yes.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Durnell,
Yes.
President Tiernan,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Shaw?
No, that concludes the education committee.
All right, so we're coming back in April for another meeting. Second is pupil services with Ms. Chester.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. We had no meeting in March, but we do have the approval for a special education settlement agreement. I don't know if you have anything to add, Dr. Ranieri, before we have it. No. So I ask for approval for the special education settlement agreement. I so move.
Aye. Second? Dr. Herman. Okay. Questions, comments? I don't think so. Call for the vote.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
Yes.
Director Durnell,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Vice President Bevelacqua,
Yes.
President Tiernan,
Yes.
motion carries.
Our next meeting will be on April 11th. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, third report is personnel with Dr. Herman.
Previously, Dr. Ulmer shared personnel recommendations. Thank you very much. That concludes my very short report.
All right. Thank you. Nothing to vote on. And fourth, property and finance, Mr. Bevilacqua.
Thank you. Good evening. The last Property and Finance meeting was held last Monday on March 21st. The first item on the agenda that we spoke in detail, we had some visitors from the CCIU, the Chester County Intermediate Unit, and they consisted of Dr. Fury and Mr. Levitsky, the business manager, and they reviewed with the Property and Finance Committee information on the preliminary 2022-23 CCIU core, occupational education, categorical, and marketplace service budgets. For information, but very, very informative session from the CCIU for all the board members. The next item, Dr. Messick presented to the committee a contract addendum for a child's place. The addendum extended the contract for school-age child care services for one additional year through the 22-23 school year. A child's place will make rental payments to the district based on an annual rental fee of $240K. The committee recommended approval of the second addendum to the contract with A Child's Place, and that's on consent tonight on the agenda. The next item, Mr. Scully reviewed the budget forecast model as we do monthly. The net projections and the changes for the 21-22 school year resulted in an increase in the fund balance of $1.4 million, which will be utilized to increase the fund balance designations for future millage increases. The model shows no gap currently in the 22-23 school year budget, assuming a tax increase of 2.2% in Chester County, which is under the current Act 1 limit. Mr. Scott, let me see, hold on. All right, the next item, Mr. Scully provided an update on the Easter funds and other COVID-related grants applied for and received by the district. We went through that in detail, a very informative session by Mr. Scully. The next item on the agenda, Mr. Wagman provided the committee with PSBA recommended revisions to the district's 2017 policy governing use of electronic signatures. Mr. Wagman next reviewed a resolution requiring board approval to authorize the district superintendent to utilize an e-signature to approve and submit specific online grant funding applications, reports, and associated contractual agreements with PDE. The committee recommended approval of the revised policy 815, which is electronic signatures. That was a first reading. And we also recommended approval of the e-signature resolution of policies. Mr. Burster, Director of Facilities, presented the committee with information on the lowest responsible bidder for the renovations and additions for the project at Glen Acres Elementary School. The following contractors were listed as follows. The general contractor, the GC, is Shenick Incorporated for $6,050,000. The mechanical contractor, Five Star Mechanical, for a total bid price of $3,920,000. The plumbing construction, Michael Mechanical, for a bid price of $1,096,000. The electrical construction, Westcott Electrical Company, with a bid total of $3,192,000. Sprinkler construction via accelerated fire protection for a total price of $349,980. And site work construction, Duraco Brothers Incorporated, for a total bid price of $1,059,327. The total cost bids of the construction contract is $19,839,000. The revised project budget is now at $23.5 million, which is approximately $6 million higher than our original budget. Mr. Scully discussed a couple funding options to offset some of the Glen Acres project costs. Mr. Scully will provide additional information at the next subsequent property finance meeting in April and May as we work through those decisions on how to fund the rest of the project over limit. The committee recommended approval of the contract awards for the renovations and additions of Glen Acres Elementary School as stated with the contractors I mentioned earlier. The next item, Mr. Burster reviewed bid awards for projects listed on our 22-23 capital reserve project list. And they consisted of, just quickly, MDS classrooms and bathroom reconfiguration at Ruston High School, furnishing and replacing 2 heater boilers at Pierce Middle School, furnishing and replacing emergency generators at Pierce Middle School, furnishing and replacing emergency generators at Westtown Elementary School, replacing flooring in the library and the adjacent lab room at Henderson High School. The committee recommended approval of these 22-23 capital reserve projects as they were within budget. The last item on our agenda at the property finance meeting was Dr. Sokolowski reviewed the newly revised board policy 903, which is public participation in board meetings. The changes in the policy stated as follows. The main change was the board asked that all commentary be directed to the board as a whole. The committee recommended approval of board policy 903, public participation in board meetings, which was a first reading. I do have one motion on the Glen Acres Elementary School for tonight. This is approval of the lease agreement for office and storage space for the Glen Acres Elementary School additions and renovations. Approval is requested for leasing with Sevens Properties LLC not to exceed $375K for office and storage space at 1154 Westchester Pike to be used as construction offices and storage of material during the Glen Acres Elementary School additions and renovations projects. I so move. Do I have a second?
Second. Is this Fleming? Okay. Ms. Fleming?
Oh, no, I have it.
Yes. That's the second. Comments or questions? All right, call for the vote.
Vice President Bevilacqua,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
Yes.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Durnell,
Yes.
President Tiernan.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. That takes us to,
Just to finish up real quick, Sue, sorry.
okay.
Just the last thing, just an advertisement, the next property and finance meeting will be held on Tuesday, April 19th. All are welcome to attend, and that ends my report for this evening.
And
Thank you.
Tuesday is because Monday is
Yeah.
spring break day. Yes. Is that all?
That's it.
Thank you. Other reports. I'm delighted to call on Mr. Durnell to give the report from the Chester County Intermediate Unit.
Thank you, President Tiernan. In fact, I would like to begin my first official Chester County Intermediate Unit report with a couple of thank yous. Thank you, President Tiernan, for recommending me as your replacement at the CCIU Board of Directors. They truly enjoy and respect you over at the IU. You will be a tough act to follow, but I will try my best to do you proud. Thank you, and thank you to all of my fellow board members for voting for my approval to represent our district alongside the other 11 participating school districts. My introduction to the Chester County Intermediate Unit has been like trying to take a sip out of a fire hose. The CCIU has a true wealth of opportunities and supports for students and adults throughout Chester County and across the Commonwealth. I've been getting a sampling of the character and quality of the CCIU over the last few weeks. On March 14th, the IU hosted a school board appreciation dinner at their Brandywine campus in Downingtown. Mrs. Tiernan, Mrs. Shaw, Ms. Chester, Dr. Herman, and I attended, and it was quite a treat. The amazing dinner and dessert was prepared by current and former students of the Technical College High School Culinary Arts program. But the real treat was hearing from the TCHS students describe how the TCHS is allowing them to achieve their academic and professional dreams. Last Monday, I toured the Brandywine campus. I saw students pursuing training in arts and communication, engineering and industrial technologies, healthcare and human services, animal and veterinary science, carpentry, HVAC and refrigeration technology, commercial art and design media, barbering and cosmetology, and automotive technology. As you previously heard, also on Monday, March 21st, Dr. Fiore and Mr. Lubitsky of the Chester County IU reviewed with the Property and Finance Committee information on the preliminary 2022-23 CCIU core, as Mr. Bevilacqua mentioned tonight. Earlier today, I toured the CCIU Learning Center in Coatesville and met students who have a wide variety of skills, challenges, and needs. The Learning Center encompasses two separate and distinct strands of service delivery that include an alternative education program, options, serving students who experience emotional and behavioral difficulties, as well as a vocational training program, the Career Academy, serving students with a variety of disabilities that range from developmental to emotional and behavioral concerns. I look forward to getting to know the services and supports the Chester County Intermediate Unit offers even better, and I look forward to passing my findings along to you each month. So ends my report.
Just one thing. We ate dinner with a mother and a daughter and another student, and the parent made a comment about her daughter who was chattering on about the two programs she's involved in and how she's going off to college. And when she told her parents that she wanted to try TCHS, they said, "Oh, honey, we really hoped you would go to college." And she said, "But I am." And she is. And that is a thing that sometimes we misperceive about kids who go to TCHS. Well, they're just going to go have a trade and earn twice as much as a beginning teacher. They're just going to have a trade. We don't need too many new people in the trades. But they are doing a whole lot more than that, and they're going out to work in hospitals, and they're learning how to be very good professional legal hackers. Great stuff going on over there.
The official term is a white hat.
Okay, white hat hacker. Thank you. Yep, they don't call the major that, I don't think, but that's what the kids know. They have animal science, they have all kinds of things happening. Oh, Daryl, stop me. I'll be back there next month if you don't stop me. All right, thank you very much.
Like I said, trying to take a sip out of a fire hose.
I know.
I'm impressed with, they go from preschool all the way through adult. Again, regular ed, special ed, just a wide range of services and supports for children and adults.
They don't like to say birth to death, but they call it birth to way beyond. So, for a long time. Thank you.
They gave a wonderful presentation to us. Yeah, it was really lovely, and it was so nice to hear about their program.
Well, next year, when we go to that board appreciation dinner,
We will.
you get there.
You got it.
PSBA, Dr. Herman?
President Tiernan, I don't have anything this month, but I'll be back next month.
I understand. Okay, so, but you want to tell people, go to psba.org and look it up yourself, right? Right.
Absolutely. I say
Right.
that every month. Good
Yes.
things- Good things are happening. Thank you. That concludes my short report.
Legislative liaison report, Dr. Shaw?
Yes, I'm going to try to keep this short because we've got a big audience waiting for some agenda items coming up. Just two things to report. One is that the Independent Regulatory Review Commission recently voted to change charter school regulations, which is a very long fought battle in this state. And for people who are not familiar with charter schools and how they're funded, charter schools are funded wholly by public dollars, but they are held only to a fraction of the accountability metrics and measures that traditional public schools are. And the majority of charter schools don't abuse that freedom, but there have been lots of instances of charter schools really getting themselves into trouble. So the new charter school regulations touch on application requirements, admissions policies, accountability, liability coverage, fiscal and auditing standards, and academic accountability. So this is really good news for the students in our state that attend charter schools. The second thing I just want to note is that the House Education Committee held a public hearing Tuesday, March 15th, focused specifically on teacher shortages. So many of you may know that in the state of Pennsylvania, and in fact across the country, we are experiencing a substantial decline in the number of newly certified teachers that are coming out of our colleges of education, and we're also experiencing high levels of early retirement and resignations. And so this is a concern for us in the state of Pennsylvania. And so the House Ed Committee invited testimony from a variety of organizations and teachers, et cetera. And they discussed things like increasing pay and benefits for teachers, lowering college expenses, and forgiving loans for college students who decide to become teachers, improving the high school to college pipeline towards teacher certification, and simplifying certification processes. So hopefully this committee is going to result in some new and innovative policies. It's going to open up the teacher pipeline for us because we sorely need that in the state of Pennsylvania. And with that, I will conclude my report.
Thank you very much. And you just said amen. I know you did, Dr. Ulmer. Equity reports. Mr. Durnell.
This report is shorter, but that's okay. It's still quality. In case you missed it last month or want to watch it again as a refresher, the first Strengthening Community Symposium featuring Dr. Bernice King, daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King, is now available to view on the district website. Dr. King spoke about ways in which we can strengthen our community and the importance of equity work in K-12 education and how it reflects her father's work. Our very own Sandra Bradley's presentation on her work with Padres Latinos was featured in the symposium and is available to view on the district website as well. Also save the date for the final installment of part 3 of our Community Conversations series, which will take place March 31st at 6:30 at Bayard Rustin High School. Event registration was emailed and is posted on the district website. Special guests for the Community Conversations event include police chiefs from all 4 police departments that serve the Westchester Area School District. Thank you to all of the area police departments for supporting their community connections and strengthening community efforts. That ends my report.
Thank you. Now you're a two-report man. Thank you all for keeping us up to date with our board's connections to the community and our other responsibilities elsewhere. In other business, we have two motions to approve this evening because these items would have come through an education committee meeting and we did not meet. We are having education committee meeting to look at those two items. Dr. Shaw, I'm turning the meeting over to you at this point.
Okay. There's two action items, as we all know, that are scheduled to be voted on. And these are two votes with regard to books that have been reviewed by the school district at the request of community members. And so just to be clear about what this process looks like for each book, what will happen first is that I will make a motion for approval. I will ask for a second, or President Tiernan will. Then President Tiernan is going to ask the member of the cabinet that led the book review process, and that would be Dr. Missett for the Sinking Ship book and Dr. Reynolds for Genderqueer. And then Dr. Sokolowski will say a few words. We will then open up the floor for board comments, and after board comments conclude, the board will vote. So we will begin with Escaping a Sinking Ship and then move to Genderqueer. So, approval is requested of the committee recommendation formed in accordance with 906 AG2 guidelines for complaints about instructional materials to retain the elementary school library book, Escaping a Sinking Ship. I so move.
Okay. Do we have a second? Ms. Chester. All right. Dr. Missett, if you would give us clarity about the process of your meetings and your discussions.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. I was charged with the task of chairing the book review committee, Escaping a Sinking Ship by Emily Rose Oches. The initial committee meeting was met on November the 2nd of 2021, and then on February 15th and March 2nd, 2022, with committee members. The Westchester Area School District students read the book of the week of February 28th, 2022. The committee completed the following tasks. We reviewed policy 906, reviewed policy 906 AG2, reviewed policy 906 AG3. We read the book. We considered the book with the expectations of the policy given, the presented points of challenge, and then we shared feedback with the committee. The committee was a diverse stakeholder group that consisted of anything that the policy required to be on. We did have 3 students on the committee. We had an elementary student, we had a middle school student, and a high school student who read Escaping a Sinking Ship. A 5th grader, an 8th grader, and a 10th grader. The points of challenge for the book was that in chapter 4, the William Gustave, the person who submitted the complaint said that that chapter sympathized with Nazi Germany. The committee reviewed, and the feedback was from the adult voice of the committee. And I'm not going to read every single comment, I'm only going to read a few. After reading the book, I could not figure out what the complaint was. The book was not sympathetic to Nazi Germany. Agreed about the students having a choice in the library, and nothing inappropriate for our students. The student voices of all 3 students summarizing the theme. Students look at the book before checkout, and if they don't want to check it out, they don't check it out. I will say that the cover of the book has the Titanic. It's about sinking ships, and the Titanic is very appealing to an elementary student. And the concern from the parent, why this ship? Why did they pick the William Gustave to explain a sinking ship? It's just like the pictures in chapter 4, as it was pointed out earlier in the meeting, that there's a picture of Adolf Hitler in the chapter 4. I did ask each student that was on the committee if they knew who that person was, and the 10th grader knew who Adolf Hitler was by looking at him. And then the last one, chapter 4, is written to promote sympathy for German Nazis. The committee as a whole would like to recommend to Dr. Sokolowski, the majority of the book review committee believed and voted that the book entitled Escaping a Sinking Ship is appropriate and should remain on our school book library shelves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Missett, and thank you also for the committee organization that you put together, following the process, allowing for a great level of participation from not only our parents and our teachers, but as well as our students. And I think that's very, very significant to share tonight. So I just wanted to share with the board that in accordance to policy, in accordance to the recommendation of this committee for escaping a sinking ship, I do concur with that recommendation to maintain the book on our library shelves.
Thank you. Now we want to just go around. Ms. Fleming, we'll start with you and work our way around if you have a comment or a question at this time about the approval of the recommendation.
I do plan to vote to approve the book, although I do understand the concern about the photo of Adolf Hitler and the lack of historical perspective surrounding that photo, and why the lack of perspective of why the Germans were being evacuated from East Prussia and the Russians were advancing on them. So I do understand the concerns, but I don't think they rise to the level of removing the book from the library. And I would hope that a teacher or a parent who sees their child reading the book and sees the photo of Hitler would discuss the history a little bit more with them.
Thank you. Dr. Herman?
I was on the committee. I read the book several times, seeing if I saw something else that wasn't positive. I appreciated, Dr. Missett, you bringing the students into it, because I think that's a very important piece. I sat and I listened to what they had said, and they were very supportive of the book. And the younger students had no idea who Adolf Hitler was. I really believe that books are on a library shelf for a reason. We may not all agree with, our perceptions, but I think that's something that's very good that happens in our public schools. I approve the book.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have two questions, one more with respect to procedure and the other specific to the book. So to the question raised by a community member with respect to a collection development policy, is it the intention of the district that is fulfilled by the 3 policies cited in the procedure here? Do we have a collection development policy that we could reference with respect to this decision and future ones?
We do have a library policy, and a lot of that, Mrs. Wemsley, actually ties to the American Library Association Bill of Rights. And one of the pieces that I can share with you that's actually reflected in the guidelines for complaints about instructional materials, and simply stated that no parent or group of parent guardians has the right to determine the reading matter of students other than their own children. However, I would also share that going through the book review process with these 2 committees, I do see that there is an opportunity, and I believe that we have received some recommendations from our librarians as to how we can, in terms of attain our collection and consider our collection in our libraries, and do that better, and using this opportunity as a means by which that we could improve those procedures.
Thank you. My other question is both specific to the book, but also a comparison of the 2 book reviews. For the sinking ship, the committee review and feedback is specifically framed in 3 perspectives: adult voice, student voice, concerned parent voice. Is that an official part? Like, it was done very differently between the 2, so I understand they're very different books, very different audiences, but I'm trying to sort of reconcile the approach and the differences in the approach. And then also just the framing of adult voice versus concerned parent voice.
So that was my categorization. That's how I formed my committee. Dr. Reynolds and I worked very closely with making sure that we follow the same procedures, the same policies. And as you mentioned, Mrs. Olmsted, it did very different books. And that's how I wanted to report out to Dr. Sokolowski, how I took my notes during my committee meeting. It had nothing to do with policy, it's just the way how I formed my themes to report back to Dr. Sokolowski.
Thank you.
In my opinion, the process was very clear. The book review committee, run and coordinated by Dr. Missett, followed all the board policies in their review, their evaluation, and recommendation of approval, so I'm fine with everything that transpired.
I think the approval policy offered the opportunity for a number of different lenses to see the book and listen to the book and reread the book, because the offending chapter was only chapter 4. It was a couple of pages long. So you could read it and go back and read it again and say, I just don't see that. But anyway, respecting the person who expressed the concern about it, I agree with Ms. Fleming that the ideal situation would be if a teacher or a parent has the book at home and sees a picture that gives them pause and says, you know who that guy was? Do you know what that man did? That would be the best of the best two worlds, that the parents are looking at the books the children are bringing home and talking about it together with them and giving them more background. But I don't think that book warrants, I don't think any book warrants just being taken out of the library so that kids could not access it. So that's how I felt about that review. Ms. Chester?
Thank you. I also read the book, and I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion from various lenses. My lens did not, I was not captivated in that way where I saw, I mean, I am history, I'm old enough to be history, so, I mean, I saw the picture and I knew who it was and blah, 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 but I was actually more interested in the sinking ship. So I appreciate the conversation because it opens up my mind to understand a perspective of someone that saw the book in a different way. What I do appreciate is that it causes discussion, and that's what learning is about. So for our children, that's the perfect opportunity to say, let me give you the backdrop on that story. So I think we should be encouraged to have books that cause our children to think productively, and for that reason, I'm in support of the committee and their work. So thank you.
I'm in support of what the committee has recommended as well. I read the book, of course, as well. And I understand the concern for sure. But I think that there's ways for us to address that concern without removing the book from the library shelf.
I would like to say two things as a historian who teaches the Holocaust at the college level. One is that I have, as an instructor, made a conscious decision not to include pictures of high-ranking Nazi officials in my presentation because I don't feel that they're informative or helpful in the classroom. Having said that, I don't find that including a single image is invalidating of an entire narrative. Also, I would strongly agree that when we're teaching the Holocaust, we should focus on the victim's narrative rather than telling the story of the Holocaust from a perpetrator perspective. But this wasn't a book about the Holocaust. This is a book about sinking ships. And so in that context, I have no problem with discussing something that actually did happen to people who were living in Nazi-controlled territory and who were not victims of the Holocaust. So I have no problem with retaining this book in our library.
I've read the book also. I'll be recommending that we retain the book in the library.
Thank you. I believe we're ready to call for the vote, and this is to determine whether we accept the recommendation from the committee. And Dr. Sokolowski.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Vice President Bevilacqua,
Yes.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Burnell,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
No, and for the record, I'd like to state that I am not objecting necessarily to the content of the book nor the recommendation of the committee. My objection is to the fact that I feel we should have postponed this discussion for the April Education Committee and then for a vote at the end of April of the board. Thank you.
President Tiernan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And now, Dr. Shaw, on to the next book.
Yes, approval is requested of the committee recommendation formed in accordance with 906 AG2 guidelines for complaints about instructional materials to retain the high school library book Genderqueer and Memoir. I so move.
And do we have a second? Mr. Durnell. Thank you. Then we will turn to Dr. Reynolds for your presentation of the committee work.
Good evening, President Tiernan and also Vice President Lockwood, members of the board. I'm here to present the committee's recommendation for the book Genderqueer and Memoir. The initial internal committee met on December 13th in response to the book complaint that was received earlier that month in December, and this meeting resulted in forming a book review committee. The book review committee met on February 22nd as well as March 3rd to discuss the high school library book, A Genderqueer Memoir by Maya Kobe. In light of the board policies and points of challenge in the submitted complaint, the purpose of the committee was to review policy 906 AG2, guidelines for complaints about instructional materials, also review 109.
Dr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Would it be okay if you addressed everybody from the podium? I think something is off with the microphone. I apologize.
Also for the purpose of the committee, is that better? We wanted to review or consider the book with the expectations of policies given the presented points of challenge and share feedback with the committee and presentation and to present a final recommendation to Dr. Sokolowski. For our February 22nd meeting, the purpose was to review those two policies mentioned, to also to set collective commitments as a committee and to distribute the text. At our March 3rd meeting, we were also able to review the policies as well as view the challenge for complaint and to have both individual comments posted and committee discussion. The committee is a representative group of diverse stakeholders that are part of the Westchester Area School District, and to the point of highlight that Dr. Miss made, we also want to celebrate the voices that we heard from all of our stakeholder groups, but particularly from our students. We had 2 high school students to serve on this book review committee. A number of points of note, particularly for policy 109.1 for school libraries, is that school libraries shall be established for the purpose of promoting a cultural, social, ethical, and education development of students and providing suitable and appropriate materials. We also wanted to note that books and other reading materials will be chosen for the values of interest and enlightenment for all students in the community, and that will make every effort to provide materials that present all points of view concerning the problems and issues of our times, so forth and so on. The concern or the consideration that we also discussed as a committee was censorship of books should be challenged in order to maintain the school's responsibility to provide information and also enlightenment. And in particular for policy 906 AG2, guidelines for complaints about instructional materials, the board, though it's finally is responsible for book purchases, we want to recognize that students have free access to many different types of books. We also discussed that no parent, guardian, or group of guardians has the right to determine the reading matter of students other than their own children. And in point, for the challenges of the book, there were 2 noted complaints. One was regarding sexually explicit content, and so in committee review, we were able to note the 3 guidelines for statute as far as the average person applying contemporary community standards would find the subject matter taken as a whole, who appeals to pure interest. We also want to make sure that the subject matter depicts and describes in patently offensive way sexually conduct of a type described in the section, and the subject matter taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, educational, or scientific value. Those are the points of note. And we also discussed a challenge, or excuse me, a definition that's used for case log. I know that came up in some of our public comment earlier as far as what's currently in Webster's dictionary versus what was the dictionary definition that was reviewed for the committee, reviews a dictionary definition that's reviewed in case law, and that was for discussing pornographic material. Committee review and feedback was such, and these are just a few points of note and highlight, that there are images that could be viewed as explicit, but in context to the memoir, they are not pornographic. And it was also noted that nude images in art books are also considered appropriate, and that was something to be discussed. This is an optional book in our high school libraries and should remain for students that need to see themselves or their stories reflected in the book. It was also noted as a committee that as a district, we should consider what we deem appropriate for our high school students and whether images, points of note, are appropriate. We also discussed that this book supports queer students and their allies and the importance of representation in our library shelves. We also discussed censorship considerations, and we also discussed as far as that this book is an awarded book and it's recommended as a read from the school library journal. It was also noted in committee feedback the brain development and the level of student maturity, that should be considered in review. And also for our LGBTQ plus students, we should have books that reflect their experiences. All students should have access and should not be limited to opinion, and there is choice and selection. It was also noted that there is a high rate of suicide for transgender students, and having opportunities for students to have connection and relation was important in our library collections. Overall, it was the committee's recommendation to keep the high school book, Genderqueer, a memoir, on our library shelves. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Reynolds. Dr. Sokolowski?
President Tiernan, would you mind actually, Elena and Will, if I came over and sat next to you as I shared my thoughts? Is that all right?
Yeah. Does that mic work?
Testing. Yeah. Do I sound okay? I wanted to share with everybody, I'm a father, I'm a brother, I'm your superintendent, but most importantly, I'm a teacher. And what I value most, as I've shared before at many meetings, are your children, our students that are here tonight. So I have some comments that I would like to share that kind of reflect the teacher that I used to be, the teacher that I still think I am to this day. Dr. Reynolds, I would like to thank you, and I'd like to thank the committee who worked extensively hard in order to make this recommendation that's driven by policy. It's also driven by the principle of protecting freedom of speech, as well as the rights and regard for LGBTQ plus students. Okay, when I also say freedom of speech, and I'm also escaping a sinking ship, my family for over 100 years has had somebody who has served in the United States Navy, United States Navy Reserve, and my daughter will be a naval officer next year. She will be stationed on the USS William P. Lawrence. Her dad, however, I was a classicist. I studied Latin and Greek. And I had the good fortune of being a Latin teacher for 11 years before I came to Henderson High School. So I have a great appreciation for ancient literature and how it's guided my understanding of modern literature and now graphic novels. Prior to Genderqueer, I had never read a graphic novel. When I grew up, I was not a fan of comic books. I was the kid outside climbing the trees. I was the football player. I was the kid running around the woods, just having fun. Comic books weren't my thing. So in many ways, I view Genderqueer as a mosaic. of an individual life and struggle coming into understanding one's sexuality and one's orientation. And so mosaics, and with the art, Elena, that we have here tonight, those illustrations in genderqueer that are of concern are just a piece of the larger mosaic that supports the tale and the message of this memoir. The memoir may not resonate with some, but for those few for whom this makes a connection, it can be incredibly supportive, it can be incredibly empathetic, and it can develop understanding. So for this reason, Will, as I sit next to you, Elena, as I sit next to you, and I sit before our parents and our students, and so many of our students that came out tonight, I want to share with our board that I do concur with this recommendation. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Sokolowski. Now, let's start with you, Mr. Durnell, and work our way around this way. The comments.
I had a feeling you were going to go the other way.
So transparent.
I will be voting to approve the recommendation. I see, and I did read the entire book from cover to cover. I see the book as one person's story, and it's a story that might not resonate with everybody, but for the few that do resonate, it could be life-saving and life-changing and life-affirming and supportive. When I grew up as a young person, as a Christian who is gay, I didn't immediately find books where there were people that I could identify with. But when I did, it made a huge difference. It made me feel that I was not alone and that I was not so different that I did not deserve value and support. My brother is a transgender man. So growing up with Crystal, who currently identifies as Chris, was eye-opening for me. And for Chris to find other people, whether in literature or in media or in politics or in whatever role, that Chris can identify with is life-affirming, life-saving for Chris. I think there's a big difference between a library book and a book that's part of the curriculum that's everyone's required to read. Genderqueer is not, we don't require everybody to read Genderqueer, but for the student who seeks it out, they'll look at it and they'll say, nah, this isn't for me, or wow, I didn't know this was here, I'm so glad I found it. And so because of the positive support that it offers to people who are seeking out such a book, I will be voting to approve the book.
Daryl and I aren't too far apart in age, and I grew up in a small community in Ohio, and I, in high school, thought I didn't know any LGBTQ people. What I've realized as an adult is I knew lots of LGBTQ people. They just didn't feel safe being out. A few months ago, a very dear friend of mine from high school, who as an adult came out, who had struggled throughout her adult life with addiction and with the criminal charges that can come from a life of addiction, felt that she didn't have any recourse anymore and that her life was very painful and she ended her life. I think about Candy all the time. I think about the difference that we could have all made in her life if we had known who she was as a teenager and supported her. And if I can keep that from happening to another person, I will move mountains to keep other people from feeling that way and other families from experiencing the pain that Candy's family has experienced. I will be voting to approve this book.
I too will be voting to approve this book. I think I sat on this committee. I participated in the conversations on this committee, and I want to make it very clear that this committee was not monolithic. There were many opinions expressed in this committee, both in full conversation and in small groups. So I don't want anybody to think that this committee was rigged or stacked with people who were going to automatically vote to approve this book. That is not true. So I want to make that clear. I was impressed by the students and the parents and the librarians that were on this committee and the thoughtfulness that they brought to this task. I take it seriously when parents raise concerns about books, and I understand the concerns about this book. I read it many times, actually. I understand. But in every instance, at least in my life, I will err on the side of supporting people who need support and who need to be affirmed, and that is our LGBTQ+ community. So I will be voting to affirm.
I too read the book, and there were so many things that I learned. My pronouns are she and her. I believe I'm cisgender, I think by the, from what I've read. Weston, when you spoke, I so admired your courage for standing up to speak in front of your fellow students and the adults. When you mentioned that this book saved your life, if you were the only person whose life it saved, then it is worth us having the book and being able As a board member, I have committed to follow the mission and inspiring our children to be their personal best. That doesn't mean some of the children. It doesn't mean the children that are doing the best. It means all of our children. We know that there's an LGBT community. We know that there's an LGBT community in the district. We can't pretend that doesn't exist. I see all those lawn signs when I'm traveling to my office every day that say, we hear you, don't, we love you, for the children that have committed suicide. Well, let me just say, I hear you, I see you, and it's you that I want to hear from. I want to know your story, because otherwise I can't learn. So I appreciate those that were able to share tonight, that felt free enough to share tonight. As we work to improve the equity and diversity in our school, equity is hard work. It's hard to acknowledge diversity, but that's the hard work that we are committed to doing. At least I am committed to doing. So thank you to those that did share tonight. I will be voting to approve this book.
As our first speaker tonight said, when we silence gender identity stories, when we silence the real history that happened in this country, it is a violence. And I cannot thank you enough for coming forward and saying, this is who I am. This is who I am tonight. This is who my parents know that I am. And for Will to say that Henderson had a kindness week where everybody could feel good about who they were, that is a concept that we have got to embrace. Feeling good about who we are, whatever that is. So I appreciate with all my heart your courage in coming, your generosity of time, and your bravery. But we have to be brave too, and we have to keep these books available to kids, to people who can learn from them. And as everybody else said, I learned from that book. I learned the struggle of Air to figure out who Air was. And it wasn't a happy journey, but that was the window that I got to look through to become a better Sue. And that is a great gift to me. So I'll be voting to support this recommendation.
First off, I appreciate the opposing views and viewpoints of all the residents tonight, so thank you for everybody coming out and feeling free to speak up to the school board and the administration. I also like to personally commend the high school students who spoke tonight for their courage and candid personal thoughts on the book. Thank you. You're invited anytime to come to the meeting, so thank you very much for your thoughts. I thank Dr. Reynolds and the book committee for the review, their evaluation, their thoughtfulness, and recommendation of the approval of the book. For these reasons I just stated, I'll be voting for maintaining the book in the high school libraries.
So obviously I had some questions around the process and the procedure of this. It's not something, book reviews, book challenges are not something we do on a regular basis. I think 2012 might have been the last time one was done for something that was used in the curriculum. I think this is a process with no purely right or wrong answers. We're all just trying to represent in our best possible way. For those who have spoken this evening, every single one of you, I appreciate your courage in standing up and speaking your truth. Every single person who spoke, your truth is important, and I applaud you for doing so. We've heard from a lot of board directors tonight and their personal experiences with this subject matter. I personally, in my vote on even on sinking ship, it comes down to process and procedure and not necessarily a moral judgment. So I will not be agreeing with the recommendation, but again, this is with respect to process. I want each and every one of you to know that this is not an area that I am ignorant to. I hold in my life, in my family, in my friends, people very much touched by this subject matter on a daily basis. I have watched their pain, I have watched their struggle. I have also been witness to their desire for privacy and for respect. And I want to make sure that in this process that we give an opportunity for all voices to be heard. Again, I believe we should have postponed for education committee discussion and then for the April board to give those individuals in our community who are not sure of the pathway for how to represent themselves. Not everyone has the courage that you all do. Not everybody wants to be in the spotlight. Some people are uncomfortable with that, and we need to afford them the opportunity, the time, and the respect to also represent their point of view. So, with respect to that, I will not be agreeing with the recommendation and would ask that we consider postponing for education and the April board meeting.
I wanted to thank Dr. Reynolds and the committee that worked on this. To me, this was an awareness. The author told her story. It was a life story. It was difficult. And I'm sure that many of us in this room have our own story in our life to tell. I read the book entirely. I read it several times. I'm not used to the comic type of a book, but it was different for me. But the one thing it made me do was to appreciate and see how other people who are very diverse from me might be feeling. Choice is very important to me, and the book is an optional book in the library. It's not in the classroom, and I think that is pretty significant. No one is forced to read this book. The one thing that I thought before I read the book, and then after I read the book, was sometimes a book on the library shelf may be the only way that a person who is struggling to talk to friends, to parents, to anyone about something that's bothering them or maybe not bothering them. I want to commend all of the people that spoke tonight. I appreciate the differences of opinions. It's not easy sometimes to tell part of your story. I understand that. And I just keep thinking there are many challenges in life. There are many struggles in life. And I do believe this book may help. If it helps one student or one person, that is a very, very good thing. I vote to support the recommendation of the committee.
I too would like to thank everyone who came out to speak tonight. I think we really do, as a board, listen to everybody's views and opinions. I especially thank the young people who came out to speak tonight, and I did take this vote very seriously, because I do understand that taken out of context, a couple of the graphics in the graphic novel can be shocking at first when you see them. I did purchase the book. I've read it several times. I'm the parent of three, I've raised 3 young adults. I shared it with my 3 young adult children at some point when they were all home, maybe over the holidays. I got their opinion, and I do take this decision very seriously, because I understand some of the concerns. And I think partly, many of us of a certain age did not grow up with graphic novels. So my son, who's a literature major in college, spoke about the content of many of the books that are in the library. But it's different when it's in writing compared to when you're seeing a drawing, not a photo, but a drawing. And that, to me, was a little bit of a sticking point. It's one thing to read something, it's something else to see it. But I have, after a lot of thought, and I learned a lot from the book. I feel it's an important book for many, many students, for our queer and our non-binary and our asexual and our trans students, and all students to have the opportunity to read the book. And I will be voting to keep the book in the library.
I thank you all for sharing with your comments, and we can have the vote.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Dunham,
Yes.
Director Walmsley,
No.
Director Herman,
Yes.
Vice President Bevilacqua,
Yes.
Director Fleming,
Yes.
Director Chester,
Yes.
Director Dietrich,
Yes.
President Tiernan,
Yes.
motion carries.
Before we continue, may Elena collect her artwork so that she may leave this evening?
Well, if you're not too holdy, could you help her collect the artwork and no, we're not leaving.
Right here.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Do I need to do a little walk? Okay. I don't want to cry. 23 people want to speak. Well, I know. Yes, we're not doing that. I know because delicate I can go back. Yeah, we have to get public comment on non-agenda items. Great.
I would think so. Yes, so that. We'll stall.
I just couldn't make it. I didn't relate to what you were saying.
He is not a resident.
We are back. All right, I know you've been waiting all this time because you would still like to speak, so, Mr. Jennings, it's your turn again.
Thank you, President Tiernan. This is the time for public comment on non-agenda items. I'll repeat the instructions from earlier. Persons wishing to make public comment were required to properly register prior to the designated start time of tonight's meeting. When public commenters' names are called, I ask that they please approach the podium and begin by stating their first name, last name, and municipality. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person per current board policy. The 3-minute time clock will be projected on the screens throughout the room. The board asks that all commentary be directed to the board as a whole. Public comments may be interrupted or terminated if the commentary exceeds 3 minutes or if they are obscene and or threatening in nature. We will now call the first speaker.
Christopher Manos and Kathy Burkhow on deck.
Christopher Manos, East Bradford Township. This is a supplemental piece written by Jennifer McFarland that I'm adding to the previous comments. And I do want to say thank you to everybody. I've learned a lot tonight. The science on child and brain development overwhelmingly agrees that children's brains are not able to process complex problems fully until the age of 25. And yet the Westchester Area School District is providing information to students on sexual diversity, a very complex social construct that most adults have trouble comprehending. For what purpose? Secondary students, especially middle school and high school students, are in a developmental stage that is fraught with impulsive behaviors, confusion about relationships, that openly questions authority and pushes boundaries. And now you want them to question their sexual identity as well? No wonder children today are anxious, depressed, and committing suicide at an alarming rate. Today, over 1.8% of children identify as transgender, a 4,000 to 5,000% increase over 2017, only 5 years ago. In addition, the majority of patients with gender dysphoria have comorbidities with psychiatric Axis I diagnoses. Don't take it from me, take it from the Trevor Project, an LGBTQ support organization, or a study from the National Institutes of Health, Psychiatric Axis 1 Comorbidities Among Patients with Gender Dysphoria by May Bodie et al. It's also important to note that 70 to 90% of teenagers who identify as transgender do not when they reach adulthood. What does that tell you about making those kinds of decisions at a developmentally inappropriate age? The question is why? Why are all these children so confused, depressed, anxious, and suicidal? What is the root cause? Why this generation? Why now? What is different? Never before has a generation of kids been told that they can choose their gender. Never before has a generation of kids been taught to believe that biology is a social construct. Never before has sex education meant the proffering of highly sexually inappropriate pornographic books in school libraries, and never before have school officials admittingly hidden a child's questioning or mental health issues and proclaimed sexual preferences from parents. So I ask you, all of the board members, all of the administrators, all of the teachers, all of us, are you part of the solution or are you part of the problem? Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Kathy Burkow. I'm a resident of West Goshen Township, is that right? Yeah. I'm the third leg of the triangle that you've heard from the other two legs tonight. I just wanted to, I requested to be on the public comment part of the agenda because I didn't prepare a statement to try to influence the board tonight. I felt entirely confident in the work of the committee and in the due diligence that all of you on the board have lent to this process. I wanted to thank you. I wanted to come up tonight and just thank you for the work that you do. Thank all of the professionals that we've seen in evidence tonight. I think we're extraordinarily fortunate in Westchester Area School District to be served by such a dedicated group of professionals and a dedicated board. And we don't all have to agree about things to agree that we are fortunate in that way. And so I do thank you. This evening when we started the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, I found myself shaking my head a little bit when we got to the part about being indivisible, and I wondered whether we would end the night feeling that way. And I'm heartened by the evidence that I've seen this evening. The most important thing that I'm taking from this evening is that in the case of both folks really, but I was here with an interest in gender, career, and memoir. Raising concern about this particular piece of literature not only resulted in a lot of people who might not have ever looked at it, looking at it. It resulted in, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, all of the board members said they had read the whole book. I may be mistaken, but I know the vast majority of you did, and several of you read it several times, and many of you noted that you came out of it understanding things you didn't understand going in, and that is the point. So I'm glad that we've shared this journey together. I'm glad to be a tax-paying member of the Westchester Area School District. I'm glad to be a parent of two fabulous and absolutely astonishingly great LGBTQ kids. And I thank you for the part that you all play in their upbringing. Thank you.
Maxwell Benner and Katie Carter on deck.
Hi, my name is Maxwell Benner, Westchester Borough. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the sophomore GSA officer at Ruston. I'd like to thank you guys for being in support of the book. That really means the world to me. Really, thank you so much. Anyway, in 8th grade, we had a very lengthy unit in health on body image. They went through body dysmorphia and how it affects teens along with ways to cope. But a large topic was ignored. Gender dysphoria, an issue that many, many, many people are affected by their whole lives, including me. Yet it was neglected the whole unit. It makes students feel invisible. Trans youth have to deal with feelings of internalized transphobia, bullying, discrimination, harassment, and many more issues, while also having to deal with our education system ignoring their existence. If we can discuss body dysmorphia, gender dysphoria needs to be discussed too. As we've seen today, bigotry comes from fear, a lack of education, and a lack of empathy. People fear what they don't know. With a better understanding of trans issues, I sincerely believe that bullying would lessen. It's debatable whether or not empathy can be taught, but I believe it can be guided. It would make students more empathetic and understanding. It would validate students that don't understand how to put their feelings into words, like I was in middle school, while normalizing being trans as a whole. I know that if we work together, we can be better. Thank you.
Katie Carter.
Hello, I'm Katie Carter. I'm a junior officer of Henderson's GSA, and I'd like to start out with thanking all the people who've come out here today to speak about their truth and to support those that are speaking. Now, I've worked with a lot of people in the past few months in many different settings, from all backgrounds, but all in order to better achieve equity in both Henderson and in the district as a whole. That includes help setting up and proctoring the equity workshops, which I thank the Director of Equity, Dawn Mader, for speaking at. And one thing that I've learned from these events is that students know what we need most, not the parents who have never spoken to students outside of their own. And now I would like to address last month's meeting. Last month's meeting was very disappointing. The board let a man stand up here for 3 minutes to spew pure hate, specifically transphobia. And as many times we've been taught in school, being a bystander is just as bad as being the perpetrator. He never said her name, but he was talking about Penn State swimmer who competed in the highest level of college swimming in both the men's league and women's league, Leah Thomas. You let him misgender her, call trans women men, and directly talk bad about our trans students. And as I've seen, hate speech gets a big punishment within the schools, so why is it acceptable at the school board meetings? For as much support as we get at our schools, and our admins and our teachers, it goes to waste if the board doesn't listen to those whose any restrictions that may be applied to, as in the students, so please, for the students' sake, take our words with more weight than a person who is never going to actually be affected by the rules that are set in place. I speak for everyone that I'm so proud to represent. We are overjoyed that the book Genderqueer has passed its questioning, and we recognize all of you and all of your decisions. Thank you.
Forum Shaw and Nasha Jaswal on deck.
Forum Shaw, Henderson High School. One of my earliest memories is back from kindergarten. I was a small, quiet child, and every day all the girls in my class would play tag on the playground. And every day I'd ask to play with them, and every day they'd say no. I was the only person of color. Every other girl in the class was white, and I was never allowed to play with them. so I would sit on the curb and read. Good evening. Regarding the anti-LGBTQ+ and anti-transgender sentiments rising recently, I want to make it clear that these are harming the students of the Westchester Area School District. As students, we need a safe environment to perform our best. When adults came up to discuss how the book Genderqueer should be banned, it became so painfully evident that the prejudiced attitudes of these adults are having a real-life impact on students. This was a display of blatant transphobia. As a person of South Asian origin, I can maybe name 3 books at most that have representation of my race. Books like Genderqueer provide representation, which is so unbelievably important. It took me a very long time to embrace my identity. And I know that path to acceptance would have been so much easier if I had representation. The sentiments regarding the book Genderqueer shed light on a much bigger issue at hand. The LGBTQ+ community is facing so much hate. Many people discuss their opinions regarding GSA and LGBTQ+ organizations. Let me be clear, these opinions are not opinions at all. They're attacks. The moment anyone begins to express any idea that dehumanizes members of the LGBTQ+ community because of their sexual orientation or gender, it is not an opinion. It is hate speech. At Henderson High School, we recently had an equity conference. I was able to advocate for myself and speak up about the oppression I faced. Moreover, I learned how to be an ally for fellow students. And discussions like these are crucial. I can tell you with certainty that every single person in that room understood its importance. Using Henderson's equity conference as a model, the board should initiate equity programs like this, district-wide, to help fight internalized, deeply rooted prejudices in our society. We, as students, cannot learn in an environment where our identities are constantly threatened. We need to have more discussions about these topics, and the students are where the change will start. Give us the opportunity to explore the stereotypes and prejudices that we have grown up with, and let us challenge them. Let us learn not only school subjects, but also how to be an upstanding citizen of the world. Education is not only knowledge, it is also wisdom. And wisdom is the application of knowledge. And for that, we need awareness, which I simply do not believe there is enough of. We need awareness of the issues that hold back certain groups of people in our society today, so we can all do our part to change that. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Naisha and I'm a student at Henderson, and today I'm here to talk about issues that are happening every day that we don't see. From looking through old board meetings and talking to many adults, I've gathered that there are numerous people in our community who are damaging the everyday lives of our LGBTQ+ individuals, especially our transgender students. I'm here to emphasize the authentic struggles that these students face and to educate others on how to help. In the last school board meeting, there were references brought up about transgender women, but people speaking about them misgendered them by using he, him pronouns. Misgendering may seem like one word that wouldn't have a major effect on someone, but when someone spends their entire life trying to figure out where they belong and have been told that they cannot be the person that they feel that they are, this one word is crucial for them. The pronouns are vital in making them feel like themselves. Before you discourse on others' identities, think to yourself, how would I feel if my mere existence was being threatened by my instructors? How would I feel if my gender was up for debate? Another real experience that I've witnessed is the amount of backhanded anti-LGBTQ+ comments that I hear daily. Our school may advocate for equality, but it has never truly gone from our society. The lack of education that many students are met with isn't always their fault, but the society we live in. On the back of each of your key cards, the front of the building, on the WCISD website is a mission statement. It reads, educating and inspiring students to achieve their personal best. It is our duty as members of this school and this community to help the students around us grow and be their best, not push them down. This is why inclusivity programs are so crucial in this school. These programs have the power to educate the people around us and provide resources to improve our understanding of all groups of people. There's nothing to be ashamed of if these things are unfamiliar or scary, but I invite my school community to put themselves in others' shoes. The lack of equity in this school isn't helpless. In fact, the ability is inside all of us. We call our teachers Mr. and Mrs., and we refrain from comments that could harm others. This isn't an agree or disagree situation at all. There is a student in this school whose mind is constantly echoing with the blatant discrimination that they face. We can't continue to have debates about someone's life anymore. Simply respecting others is your part of being in a civil society. These issues won't be solved in a day, a month, or even a year, but we can make progress happen if we truly care about this cause. And until we do reach equity for all, our work isn't done. Thank you.
Marina Vasilescu and Stephanie Anderson on deck.
Good evening, my name is Marina and I'm a student attending Henderson High School. I'm here today to speak about the policies at my school relating to the LGBTQ+ education and the treatment of minorities. After hearing some points of view of people in this community, I'm shocked and sickened. More than a few times in school board meetings, including this one, disheartening remarks were made about these topics from former administrators and parents in the district. I asked the school board, through the backlash from these close-minded individuals who wish to separate us and discriminate, think of your students. Think of your students who only have school as their glimmering hope of equal treatment in society as an LGBTQ+ individual, and who do not receive the support they deserve at home. Think of your minority students who for so long have learned about majority groups in their history classes and only about minority rights when it comes to genocide and abuse. Think of the children of this school district and refuse the injustices that are so prevalent in our society. As an LGBTQ+ student, I am grateful for the acknowledgement of LGBTQ+ rights in the curriculum after being surrounded by solely heteronormative content for the majority of my life, both in school and at home, and I deserve that education. Please, continue to expand on these equity projects because we still have such a long way to go. There's absolutely no reason why any LGBTQ+ student or student of color should learn in an environment where they feel unsafe, unheard, and underrepresented. And with the decision made about the book Genderqueer tonight, I think we're making a step in the right direction. And finally, to some school board meeting speakers, it is time that we, as members of the community, stop the misgendering of transgender students. No matter our beliefs, transgender students are students who, just like their cisgender peers, deserve the respect of being referred to as their preferred pronouns. Beliefs do not give anybody the right to knowingly hurt innocent students. And viewing the acknowledgement of and education about white privilege as a radical Marxist belief must come to an end. This refusal to accept the curriculum and facts for what they are regarding racism in America and suggesting to homeschool children in order to prevent them from learning the realities of minority injustice is bordering on white supremacy, and it is not a safe, suitable environment for minority students to learn in. It is so easy to focus on the feelings of discomfort that white students such as myself may face, and the difficult conversations that these efforts will spark. But education is all we have to inspire change, and the positive impact such a curriculum has on minority students would much overrule the negative impact on our majority students, who have had the privilege of living in comfort every single day of their lives. Nobody is blaming innocent white students for the discrimination that minority groups have faced. But every student in this district deserves a fair and equal opportunity to understand their background and culture, and for a fair acknowledgement of the nuanced struggles that they're forced to face daily. And absolutely nobody should be verbally attacking children. Thank you.
Stephanie Anderson, West Goshen. We know that there is a mental health crisis in our country. It has been mentioned at many board meetings over the last year, including tonight. And we've seen the increase in mental health issues and suicidal ideation both nationally and locally. We know many of our own Westchester students are struggling. We live in a community. These are our kids. And while some will oversimplify the matter by wrongly attributing these struggles to circumstances surrounding the pandemic, it is incredibly apparent that there is a larger overarching issue at work. Our kids are under attack. According to the National Alliance for Mental Health, historically disadvantaged communities who experience discrimination, social and environmental stressors, and limited access to care and support resources also experience higher rates of suicide. For example, rates of suicide among Black American youth has increased drastically over the last 10 years. LGBTQ plus teens are at higher risk than the general population as well. And it's no wonder that these populations of youth are struggling, because look at what they're made to endure. We say we are concerned about our students and their mental health, but we fight tooth and nail to have their histories diminished because it makes us uncomfortable. We tell them their culture and religion has no business being in our schools or on our school calendars. We mock the clubs that serve as safe spaces for them. We block attempts to uphold equity and diversity, and a special thank you to Dawn Matter for her work in this area, and find fault with programs like social emotional learning that serve to address issues affecting them. We ridicule books that represent them, calling them perverse and pornographic. We pull these books off our shelves, leaving one less opportunity for kids who are already facing an uphill battle to be seen and understood. Do you know what the most common protective factors are that help these kids? Strong social family connections and support from their social communities. So I'm imploring you, our community, our board, and our district leadership, hold the line. Stand up to those who are attacking our kids. Make sure our students are represented in our libraries. Make sure their histories and cultures are not diminished, but shared proudly and accurately in our classrooms. Protect their clubs and safe spaces and put their holidays on our district calendar. We need you to hold the line because these are our kids. They're the ones who suffer from these disingenuous battles. We need to remember this is not my community or your community, it is our community. And every kid in this community has the right to be represented, protected, and loved. And to those students here tonight, courageously showing up and speaking up, don't be diminished or minimized. Remember that you belong, so take up space. Thank you.
Sarah Getz and Rachel Langen on deck.
Sarah Getz, East Bedford. I hope in the future, Westchester Area School District takes a stronger stand to let the students know that they are protected and loved in this school. Simply hoping that the McSwain post about the GSA would blow over is not enough. Students are looking to their principals, superintendents, and school districts to say that this is not okay. That of course GSA clubs can meet and should meet, and if the best time to accommodate those clubs is during a free period, so be it. Meeting during the day allows accessibility and transportation equality. Not everyone can stay after for clubs. This allows all students to partake. I also want to remind everyone here that those students' privacy is legally protected by law. So stop asking how many of them are in the school. A person at the last school board meeting filed an RTK for information that is legally protected by law. This is wasting our school's time and resources on unnecessary attacks, and is nothing more than a power grab, an attack on public education. Not long ago, we as a nation came together in support of the LGBTQ community and federal rights finally being awarded to many, and now we're here questioning whether these books should be about them. It's not your decision what my child reads. It is not your choice to remove a novel that might help another person feel seen. If you don't want to read it, don't. As an aside, we really need to figure out a new time plan for these meetings. The time and night doesn't work for everybody. I've had 12 friends that I've been trying to get to come to these meetings and they can't because of childcare issues. If there is any way that we can figure out a way to have a Sunday afternoon meeting where people could possibly be available to come, that would be awesome. Speaking on the screen time issue that was from earlier, and fine motor question, I did want to say that I asked this when my kindergartner was going into school. It was a concern that I had. We have the best kindergarten teacher at Hillsdale, and she said she has seen an improvement in the handwriting because of the iPads. They are able to erase and fix their letter shapes at a quicker pace with less mess. No eraser dust, no holes in the paper. This was something that she was surprised about. Another piece is that she uses them. She created many tasks last year and the year before, and she uses those tasks as check-ins now. And as a parent, I'm able to see what the kids are doing. She also posts pictures and sight word activities that we get to follow along with. I understand at higher grades screen time can become an issue, but I do feel that our teachers have a good handle on what is developmentally appropriate for their age groups. Thank you.
Hello, Rachel Langan, Borough of Westchester. I have something prepared to say, but I think I'm going to actually speak extemporaneously. Like, you guys don't even answer emails, right? And like, that's not okay. Like, we elected you, we expect to hear from you, and expecting the superintendent to answer on behalf of everybody, like, just really does not, like, just doesn't cut it. Like, we spent, like, how many hours here? Like, I don't know, it's going to be 4 or 3, I don't know. By the time I go to sleep, it'll be 1 in the morning. But what we're not talking about is PSSA scores. You guys, 63% of kids at Pierce are below basic or basic in English. They can't even read, write, or speak our native language, and we're worrying about freaking books. Like, this is ridiculous. There should be a public forum on what we're gonna do to address this issue. Like, we need to give people school choice because people need to get their kids the hell out of this district because they're not learning. Who cares? Like, we're giving them cartoon books because they can't read and write. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And this is what happens when you put in a right to know request. Literally, lack of transparency, it's black. You get nothing back, and then the district complains about the cost for right to know requests. I don't know how much this costs you, but you're overpaid. Then the other thing I want to talk about is, hold on, I'm going to go on topic for this one. The ESSER funds. We spent $1.3 million on cleaning, but $964,000 on learning loss. Are you kidding me? Spending more money on masks and cleaning supplies than learning loss. Kids can't read and write. This is a travesty. We used to be a great district. Now we are not. You guys are responsible.
We are a great district. Ms. Langen? For students who are wondering why people can get up and say anything that they want to at a school board meeting, I want you to look up the decision of Judge Prater, P-R-A-T-T-E-R, a United States District Judge for Eastern District of Pennsylvania, on a Pennsbury case that took place in the fall. We used to say to some people, no, that's not an acceptable thing, that's not a nice thing to say. We used to say, you can leave. We cannot say that anymore. We have an attorney sitting right here because everybody gets 3 minutes, it used to be 2, 3 minutes, to say whatever is in their minds and hearts. It can be profane, it can be racist, it can be sexist. That is a fact. To me, it's a sad fact, but that is a fact. So if you come to a school board meeting and hear hurtful things, and you say, school board, why were you just sitting there? You know that taxpayers have to pay the attorney's fees to redact the the right to know requests that we get thousands of. And we have to pay for attorney time and for the superintendent's time to look at those. We've talked about this before. It's quite a bit of money. So we are not getting paid too much. We get paid nothing for this job. And for Dr. Sokolowski or any administrator or any attorney to spend time redacting right to know seems to me to be not a really good use of time. This has been the best school board meeting that we have had in probably 5 months. It is because we heard from voices from all sides of the concerns. We understand it's not an easy time to be an educator or a parent or a student. But we do sit here month after month, week after week, and we listen. And I do believe that probably our motto is hold that line, Stephanie. I do think that that's what exactly what we are trying to do. But we are listening to all people's concerns because that is what we have to do. It's not a bad thing. We have a very, very diverse community, so we do listen. We do mind most of all, I think, when people come and just spout stuff off like, you people are dirt. You people are stupid. You people, please. Now, I've said this before. We can have this conversation, but I think that the 3-minute time limit that people come and they say, I'm going to get my 3 minutes in, I'm going to tell these people off. And then you go, or sometimes I watch people, they say their piece and they walk out the back door. I've done it now. That is not a productive conversation. The only place I've seen really productive conversations sitting down in this community lately have been with the community conversation meetings that we've had at Ruskin, where people, everybody can come and sit down together in a classroom and in a constructed way share their ideas. That is the only thing that will change what's happening here. The only thing that will help us understand each other better. We need to hear from students, we need to hear from parents, all kinds. We need to hear from teachers. It can't be a 3-minute attack. It's got to be a constructed conversation. So I hope to encourage the rest of you to be interested enough to take the time. Yes, we know nighttime is not good for everybody, but an awful lot of these board members, in fact, most of them have full-time jobs in the daytime, so they can't come to meetings. I guess they could come on Sunday, but I don't know. So, as has happened in the past, how many do we have?
Oh, we have quite a few more.
All righty. Email response protocol. Email response protocol is, honestly, if I get emails every single day saying, you write to me. Chime in, Sue. What are you doing, Sue? If people write to me and speak to me like that, no, I'm not going to take time. And a number of you I haven't responded to. Dr. Sokolowski clearly takes the burden. In school boards, it is the policy around most of the country that the president responds if the president is written to. You do not want 9 board members. Oh, I think some of you do want 9 board members answering, because then you can say, well, she said this and she said that and he said that. No, we speak as a group. So 9 of us are not going to answer you. Don't wait for that. If we have a respectful conversation happening, I will respond to you. Dr. Sokolowski always responds. So when you come up and blanket wave papers and say, see, this is what I got, you don't answer me. Really? Yes, I have emails to say that I do. Okay, let's have the rest of the people speak.
Megan Rycobb and Shannon Bruno on deck.
Good evening, my name is Megan Rycobb. I live in East Goshen. Earlier this month, a gubernatorial candidate was in a convention held at Fugate Middle School. While there, he took a picture of a flyer advertising Fugate's GSA. He misattributed the club to East and blasted it as indoctrination, promising GSA's end when he becomes governor. Another political figure also shared the flyer and called our educators the grooming gang. His tweet was recirculated by white nationalists. He did not edit out the teacher advisors' names, tantamount to sicking a mob to fill their inboxes. This is not okay. Our students and teachers were attacked over their involvement in an optional extracurricular activity. I discussed this with equally concerned people and would like to share with you how this affected parents and students. A club isn't going to make your child gay or trans. It breaks my heart that kids' lives are being dragged through the dirt to get a couple votes. When I saw this, I cried. The Fugate GSA kids felt attacked and not safe by the things this guy said. I am also incredibly worried about the backlash GSA and LGBTQ+ kids are going to face because of this. What the candidate failed to recognize, and I want to make sure you know, is GSAs are protected by federal law, and court victories at the state level across the nation allow GSAs to prevail. Curricular and non-curricular clubs have an important place in our schools. Some of my most potent memories of my time as a student at Henderson are ones involving my friends and the activities we were involved in. Attacking GSAs robs these students the chance to build memories with their friends and leaves them on the defensive to justify their existence. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, and asexual kids are in our schools and our communities. And people want to be friends with them. GSAs are a place where they and allies can be among people who support and respect LGBTQ+ youth. We have non-discrimination policies that protect our educators and students. But when outside forces seek to intimidate and discriminate, we must speak out. You've heard tonight, you've heard by the examples that I gave, how families and students were left reeling. Students deserve an educational space free from intimidation and harassment. And I'm asking that the district make a clear declaration in support of GSAs and all our students. I am so proud of the students who have had the bravery to speak tonight. You have given voice to the fact that LGBTQ+ people are not abstract concepts, and the words of our community have heard. Thank you. Thank you for rising up for yourselves and for your community. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shannon Bruno, East Bradford. Some of my comments are going to be a little bit of an echo, but nonetheless, here we are. It's been a long evening. I don't have any props, so you can feel good about that. I want to thank you for your efforts tonight. I also would like to acknowledge that the district has certainly had a trying few years. I do not envy you serving in your positions as school board director or superintendent. You have had to live through, respond to, and react to an unprecedented pandemic, along with increased pressure surrounding issues that have long been accepted as a part of the public school system. I acknowledge that you did not ask for this and you could not foresee it. I appreciate and give you credit for all you have done to make the best and most informed decisions possible that you believe could serve the greater whole. But tonight, I am here to implore you to make a plan for the future. We need to hear from you more, especially parents who may not be as attuned to the happenings of our school board meetings. The recent silence surrounding attacks by local political candidates, their supporters, and parents of the district on GSA clubs and LGBTQ+ norms and rights within the district is frankly unacceptable. At last month's board meeting, a private citizen named their request for a right to know request regarding data the district keeps on numbers of LGBTQ+ students. Afterward, we heard nothing. Shortly after the meeting, local gubernatorial candidate Bill McSwain posted a photo from outside one of our middle school bathrooms advertising a GSA club within that school. In his post, Mr. McSwain threatened to rid our state of clubs like these and, quote, leftist political indoctrination, end quote, when he is elected. Afterward, we heard nothing. Were you aware that these tweets and posts were shared amongst far-right extremist conservatives on Twitter, including Matt Brainard, who is attributed with planning the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th? In Matt Brainard's photo, teacher email addresses were in plain sight. Were you aware that Mr. Brainard's tweets were then circulated amongst white nationalist groups on Twitter? Dr. Sokolowski, members of the board, these are attacks on our students and on our teachers. As the spouse of a former district teacher and a long history of Brunos in the district, I would be outraged if my husband's email address had been one of those circulating far and wide. As a parent of children in the district and an ally who cares for the students who have chosen to show up today, I implore you to take these attacks seriously. Your hopefulness that the issues that have already been raised and any future ones yet to be will simply dissipate if they are not given air is no longer working. These issues are breathing and they are breeding. After GSA clubs and LGBTQ+ book bans, there will be another and another. We look to you to inform the district of what our rights and protections are. Right now, your silence is putting students at risk, and you need to put a plan of action in place.
for what you plan to do. I look forward to hearing how you choose to respond to this request and what you plan to do. Thank you.
Leanne Smith and Dapa Keen on deck.
Is it on? Is it on? Yes. Hi, my name's Leanne Smith and I live in Exton, West Whiteland Township. So I just wanted to follow up with my talking points from last week regarding the fence at Exton Elementary. Dr. Sokolowski, I appreciate you reaching out via phone call last week. Thank you. I'll be on the lookout for the fence installation. You said a couple weeks. We'll see how it goes. All right. I also want to discuss the renovations at Glen Acres. With a budget of almost $23.5 million, one would think that a fence around the playground for the children's safety would be the #1 priority. However, when I asked Mr. Burster at the end of the meeting last week, he told me that, in fact, the fence was not considered within the $23.5 million budget. I was also told that typically the PTO pays for playground equipment, which I find appalling considering the budgets are worth millions of dollars. I'm interested to know if the teachers and or staff members are being asked or considered when making these renovations. Don't we think it's important to get the points of view from teachers and staffs that are in those buildings every single day, taking care of our children? Look at how many people showed up for a book discussion, but no one showed up for a financial meeting last night. I was the only parent, or last week, excuse me, I was the only parent there. It's kind of sad, guys. Let's bring that energy when we're talking about millions of dollars that our district is spending for children's physical safety, okay? We're worried about the emotional safety. How about actual physical safety when fences need to be placed around elementary school playgrounds? Can we please bring this energy, parents, when it comes to these budget meetings and financial meetings? I really hope we do. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Dopo Keen, they them, student at Barry Rustin High School, Westtown Township. So I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but today me and my friends come, not representing each other or our political views, but our fellow students, no matter their identity, because their identities and basic human rights are under attack by a select few. Recently, these same few have been threatening the freedom of minority students, particularly queer students. Because of this, we have to come and face these people head on for the safety of the 12,000 students that currently reside in our district. I know that all these attackers are ignoring me like right now, but do everyone else who has an iota of criticism towards the group's actions. So I'm going to pose a couple of questions that I hope to have answers to. If you're truly trying to make the school's education system better, why do you attempt to ban books and board school kids projects? Truly for free speech, why do you take voices away from hundreds of parents, teachers, and kids because they're a different gender or sexuality than you? If you truly want to give people choices, why are you actively pushing to limit those same freedoms? If you aren't racist, then why are you afraid of people who want to teach racism and ethnic diversity because the majority of you are afraid? Okay. If you're truly into intellect, then why do you constantly cite outdated studies from years, if not decades ago, just to fit your own sick agenda? If you want to make this community stronger, why do you consistently pull apart with every single syllable that you utter? If you truly follow the Constitution, then why aren't you taking away the freedom to assembly, which is the First Amendment right, away from LGBTQ+ students? And finally, if you truly care about you and everyone else's kids, then why do a majority of those same kids strongly disagree with your actions? If you truly think that what you're doing will not benefit you or the community, then you should be able to answer these simple questions without resorting to lies. I'll be here, ready to hear answers with open arms and ears. And to the board members, while I still appreciate your effort of adding equality to schools, I still think there are a lot of steps that you guys should take, many pertaining to the current Eurocentrism that a lot of history classes face, and the homophobia and transphobia, as well as the ableism a lot of neurodivergent queer students face. Thank you for your time.
Dante DeAndre and Amanda Greenberg on deck.
Dante DeAndre, Westchester Borough, he, him. I feel kind of like a clown right now because I had a bunch of prepared remarks, but they're all kind of outdated. In the same way, I felt that I had to come here to speak up for the kids because I was worried no one was going to, and it turns out they can do a really good job speaking up for themselves. You guys rule. That's awesome. And in general, I also want to congratulate the board, every single one of you. This was not an easy vote to make, but for standing up for your convictions, what you believe in, your principles. That's really hard to do in situations like these when there's so many eyes on you, and that takes a lot of courage, and you deserve the kudos for that. A little bit of background, I came from Downingtown, and we had an incident with the principal of STEM that, I was graduating class of 2012. He was a major influence on me when I was in Downingtown East High School, and I was really happy that not only could he be principal but be openly gay, but there was an incident where he was removed, and that had kind of put me off of school board and educational politics. So I'm really glad to see, and this is admittedly, it's kind of an apples to oranges situation, but I'm glad to see how far we've come from them. And I'm really glad that I can be here in Westchester, and this community is accepting, open, welcoming to everyone. I actually had a trans friend here who previously lived in Downingtown. She moved to Seattle. She's back here for a little while, and she said, she was just really blown away by how comfortable she felt in Westchester. She said, it's not like Seattle, and for the sake of rent, I hope it doesn't become Seattle. But no, this is great, and I just want to heap that praise on you and say I think you, all of you, no matter what you voted, you made the right choice and you did the right thing. And again, give it up for these kids. I'm so happy. All right, I'll yield that last minute. Thank you.
Hi, I know it's late, I'm sorry, I'll keep this as short as I can. Amanda Greenberg, East Goshen. So I'd like to start by complimenting the board first on having a very open dialogue environment for these meetings. It's much better than several of the surrounding districts. I don't know if you remember from last month, but my family is new here. So this is light years ahead of where our old district was. Our old district was far less respectful, far less inviting for parents to get up and speak. Being able to stand here and speak to you all with your chairs actually facing me and having a microphone to speak into is really refreshing. We came from a district that board members literally had their backs to people as they spoke, and they were on their phones and typing on their iPads, and it was a pretty terrible feeling. So even if we don't all agree on the things that we say or the things that we feel or parenting styles or whatever it is, I at least appreciate the fact that you guys are respectful. You're giving everybody their time. So wanted to throw that out there, and Dr. Sokolowski, you know how much I appreciate the fact that you called me last week to check in on how my kids are doing with the transition to a new district in the middle of the school year, and to follow up if I had any other questions or concerns. So I apologize I didn't have any at the time. I was so thrown off by the fact that you actually called. It's not something I'm used to from our old district.
It's 11 o'clock on a Monday. Any questions are fine.
So in order to follow up now, to my prior questions from last month, I know we're all without masks and stuff like that, but I just wanted to follow up that the current health and safety policy still says that we're going to be following the community metrics and not the individual school metrics. With such a large district, 16 schools, the metrics of the other areas of the community don't necessarily reflect what's going on in each school. So for example, kids at East Goshen could be penalized for the outbreak at Ruston or at a nursing home when none of the kids at East Goshen even have siblings at Ruston or any connection to said nursing homes. Now with the pandemic in the rearview mirror, hopefully there to stay, why do we even have a health and safety plan anymore? Is it relevant to even have it? I mean, at this point, I feel like the community, the county, the country pretty much as a whole is doing a really good job of taking personal responsibility for their health. We as parents are doing, I think, a really good job of making sure that if our kids don't feel well, they stay home. I'm an educator. From the beginning of my career 9 years ago, I couldn't stand it when people sent sick kids to school, so I think that's much, much better now. So at this point, I really do think it should be continuing to be up to each family as to how they handle the health of their own children. So I want to thank you for your time. I know you've been here super late. We have jobs to go to tomorrow. So that was my only follow-up question. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Judy Noraki and Matt McKenzie on deck.
Jody Naraki, Westtown. I'm here tonight to speak in support of two great assets that we have in Westchester area schools, GSAs and social emotional learning. I had my first taste of SEL last year when my son was a kindergartner in cyber school. I was so impressed that in addition to math and reading, he was learning how to build relationships and social skills, which is really hard to develop during a pandemic. Looking at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, children need to have basic needs met before they can learn well. This has already been stated by many students here tonight more eloquently than me, but it seems that the people who built the kindergarten curriculum really understood that children needed safety, security, and belonging to be successful. Now I know that SEL curriculum was not due to COVID, that we have it, we've already had it, and that we will have it, and I'm very happy about that. As children get older, they need more to feel safe and secure and as part of the community. And GSAs provide these basic things for students, all students. I'm all for these things that teach students empathy and to love and to support each other. I yield the rest of my time.
Matt McKenzie. Judy DeFonso.
Hi, Judy DeFonso, and I still live in East Goshen. I wanted to take you down a trip down memory lane a little bit. 2001 NCLB, or as Dr. Scanlon used to call it, No Child Left Untested. Wanted to talk about PSSA scores. They recently came out a lot later than usual because the testing window had shifted. And I was concentrating on 3rd grade. Because in 4th grade, you're expected to read to learn, which means that if you're not reading at the end of 3rd grade, you might not be able to really learn in 4th grade. And 3rd graders, actually some of them did really well. There were some schools where 95% were either advanced or proficient in reading. And then there were other schools where it's more like 66%, where fully 1/3 of students were not reading. Now, the year before NCLB, we had the National Reading Panel, and they kind of outlined a curriculum of sorts, more of a philosophy of structured literacy on how to teach children how to read, its best practices. And our school has adopted that in K-3 with foundations. And the special ed program that we use, I believe, is Wilson reading program. Both programs are by Wilson, so we have continuity there. Now, between general ed tier 1, which is foundations, and special education, there's tier 2 and tier 3. And I find there's a bit of a gap in those two areas because I was told we're using Words Their Way in 4th and 5th grade, and that's not based on the science of reading. That's based on balanced literacy, which has less emphasis on phonics. And given the gap in learning because of the pandemic, and also the fact that we do read to learn. I mean, we heard so many people talk about how they read books from the library, which is great. I'd like every child to have that skill. And I just feel that we might have a gap with those kids who are not proficient at the end of 3rd grade and getting them up to speed so that they can be readers and read agendas and know to come to Spelman and not Fugit for meetings because they could read the agenda. And I was also reading up, there was a psychologist out in Canada who says that, who did some studies and found that it was traumatic being illiterate. So I just kind of want us to look and see what we can do to bring the 4th grade teachers on deck with what the kids learn in K through 3, so that as they move through, there's a continuity of learning and that we're following best practices. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on non-agenda items.
I spoke. No, do you have the vote? Okay, I quoted myself, that's all. Before we depart, I would like to invite you all to come back if you genuinely have questions about the curriculum or why kids can't read after 3rd grade. We have experts in this district who can answer those questions probably a whole lot better than the school board. And a couple of them are sitting right over there against the window and know a whole lot about the gaps between 3rd and 4th grade and what we're doing to close them. And why, for heaven's sake, the doggone PSSA scores were down this year. Oh my goodness, what a shock. So, our next business meeting will be March 28th at 7 p.m. and the other people have told you, invited you. April 25th at 7. Yes, of course. We finish March 28th now. Thank you, Bob. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Yes.